Starting the meeting in about 5 minutes. If you haven't already checked in with the supervisors of the checklist and picked up a voter card, please come on over to the table and do that now. Thank you. I'm gaveling to order the deliberative session for the Town of Exeter's annual meeting. It is 9 o'clock. Please take your seats. My name is Kate Miller. I'm the moderator. Our first order of business is the Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand and join me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Thanks to everyone for coming. The chair of our select board, Nico Papakonstantis, would like to make a few comments.
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Moderator. My name is Nico Papakonstantis, and on behalf of the Select Board, I'm very happy to announce that this year's town report is dedicated to one of our long-term volunteers, Renee Allen. As we all know, Renee is most identified with her work on the Energy Committee and corresponding subcommittees and initiatives. Renee has shared her passion for making our community more energy efficient, resulting in many successful initiatives and educational programs that have saved the town of Exeter money or provided additional revenue. When the Select Board commenced the establishment of an Energy Committee, Renee immediately volunteered to serve and immediately began recruiting members, one of whom was her husband, Lou Hitzrow, who played a pivotal role in the town of Exeter's Community Power Aggregation Committee. Renee served as chair of the Energy Committee for 6 years, and throughout that time, she facilitated local involvement to create an effective and efficient committee. The Energy Committee quickly became the role model for some of our neighboring communities as they sought to create an energy committee as efficient as the town of Exeter's. Some of the examples of Renee's leadership include converting streetlights to LED, fostering a contract between Exeter and Freedom Energy and Logistics, enrolling Exeter in the hydroelectric net metering program, creating the Exeter Green Minute, where all local environmentally focused committees share a bit of their annual accomplishments for Earth Day through Exeter TV. The Energy Committee, under her leadership, established a relationship with Exeter High School to have a student representation on the Energy Committee. The Energy Committee, under her leadership, has encouraged the use of electric vehicles in the town's fleet. In addition to Renee's work volunteering on the Energy Committee, she is also an established and talented local author. She created a series of books to highlight the history of James Monroe Whitfield, a black abolitionist poet from Exeter, and Jude Hall, a black enslaved man from Exeter, who obtained his freedom by serving in the Revolutionary War. In partnership with the Black Heritage Trail of New Hampshire, Renee donated the proceeds from her book series to create a pocket park in downtown Exeter. While working with the Daughters of the American Revolution, Renee obtained a confirmation of Jude Hall as a verified patriot by the National Society's Daughter of the American Revolution. Renee has worked with the Exeter Independence Museum to have a step engraved in his honor on Juneteenth of this year, acknowledging his service. In closing, I have had the pleasure and the privilege of working with both Renee and Lou through the years, and I consider Renee to be one of our talented volunteer treasures. We thank her for what she has done for our community, both with the Energy Committee and with her other volunteer work. And it is a pleasure of the Select Board to again dedicate the town report to Renee Allen. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I wanted to start just by going through some of the ground rules for people who may not be familiar with our deliberative session process. This is the legislative body, the town meeting for the town of Exeter. All voters are part of that legislative body. Only voters are permitted to speak at the deliberative session or to vote. So if you come to either of our microphones to speak, kindly please state your name and the street or road where you live, and hold up your voter card so that we can see that you're a registered voter. When you leave the auditorium, please leave these cards with the folks at the check-in table. So this town is what's known as an SB2, or official ballot town, which means that we split our town meeting into two sessions. This session, called the deliberative session, is where we discuss and debate and amend, if permitted by law, the articles that are on the warrant. There are copies of the warrant at the back, as well as explanations and other information on the table at the back. I have moderator's rules that I follow for carrying out this session, and you're welcome to read those. Those are at the back as well. Feel free to review those. Summarizing some of the rules, for today we have 21 articles to discuss and debate. I'll recognize a speaker to present each article. The initial speakers may be members of the Select Board or the Budget Advisory Committee or department heads or petitioners in the case of a petition warrant article. I'm going to ask the initial presenters to limit their presentations to 10 minutes, with the exception of Article 4, which is the proposed police station and fire substation, which will require more time to present. I understand we get a video. After the initial presentations, I'll open up the floor to questions or comments from voters. I ask speakers to limit their time speaking to 3 minutes. If you are up here at the dais, please signal me with a hand wave or something so that I can tell that you wish to speak. Once I recognize you, you're welcome to speak from the microphone on the table. If there is a motion and a second on any item, then we will discuss it and vote on it once the discussion has finished. If there is a motion and a second to do what's called calling the question or ending debate, I will allow voters who've lined up at the microphones or people who've indicated on the stage that they wish to speak to be able to speak before we cut off debate. At that time, we will have a vote on the motion to call the question, which requires a 2/3 majority in order to pass. If that passes, there will be no more discussion after those folks who've indicated they want to speak have spoken. If you, voters in the audience, want to speak, please line up at one of the microphones. We have one down here. You can sort of walk down the ramp and line up over there. There's also one sort of in the middle of the auditorium as well. So you can line up in either spot, and I'll try to notice that there are people in both places and call you in order. Please give your name and your address when you start to speak. And it's important that people speak only at the microphone. If folks want to make a motion to call the question, that has to be done at the microphone. One of the reasons is that this meeting is being recorded and streamed live on Exeter TV and on the town's YouTube website. So we want to capture everyone's comments, and only the mics will clearly capture them all. If you want to do an amendment to a warrant article, for those that can be amended, it has to be in writing so that we make sure it's clear what it is that we're voting on. There's some paper down here, and we've got some pens if you don't have any. So write it, and after you've lined up, bring it over to the clerk, who is right here. And then we will be able to read that and open it up for discussion. I want to introduce the people who are on the stage with me. So Clerk Andrea Kohler. We have let's see if I can do this in order, our Town Finance Director, Corey Stevens, our Assistant Manager, Melissa Roy, our Town Attorney, Joseph Driscoll, our Town Manager, Russell Dean, Chair of our Select Board, Nico Papakonstantis. I think we have Select Woman Julie Gilman next. I see Dan Chartrand, who I believe is next, and Nancy Belanger, the rest of our Select Board. Select Woman Molly Cohen is unable to be here today because she is ill. So there may be other folks from the town who are going to be speaking to various articles. I think we may have a Budget Advisory Committee chair in the audience today. Do we have anyone who's on the Budget Advisory Committee? I want to recognize those folks because they do a tremendous amount of work. Okay, stand up and take applause because the folks on that committee do a lot of work. So thank you. There are department heads who are here with us who may be helpful in explaining some of the articles and answering questions. Some of them do not live in town, and so I'm going to go through a list of people that I will ask you as a legislative body to vote to allow to speak to this meeting because they do not reside in this town. So I'm going to list them as a slate, and then we will have a motion and a second to allow them to speak, and then we will vote on that. One late correction. Okay, we have our Chief of Police, Stefan Poulin. We've got Deputy Chief of Police, Josh McCain, DPW Director, Steve Cronin, Town Planner, David Sharples, Parks and Rec Director, Greg Beeson, our prospective investment advisor for the trustees of the trust fund, David Mays, Assistant Director of Parks and Rec, David Tovey, and Assistant Town Manager and Human Resources Director, Melissa Roy, as well as Town Council, Joseph Driscoll from the Mitchell Municipal Group. Is there a motion to allow them to speak? Dan Chartrand? And is there a second? And that was? Name? Thank you. Okay, any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, raise your cards high and say aye. Any opposed, raise your cards and say nay. The ayes have it. Thank you. We will be able to let those folks speak. The second part of our town meeting is the balloting session, where people come to vote on the articles that have been discussed at this meeting. That is going to be March 12 at the Talbot Gym at 30 Linden Street. I'm going to go through the articles one at a time. I'll read them and then have someone speak to each article. There are some that don't allow any amendment, and so we will skip over those in terms of discussion. The zoning articles can't be amended at this session, but if folks have questions about them, we'll move the zoning articles to the end. And if folks want to ask questions about the zoning article amendments, we can do that at the end. So the first article deals with filling the positions among the town candidates. We're going to skip that because that doesn't need amending. The next two articles, 2 and 3, are zoning amendments 1 and 2, and we are going to skip those. The next article, we're making great progress so far. The next article is a big one. So this is Article 4, the police station and fire substation. I'll read the article, and then we will proceed to get a presentation on that. Article 4, police station and fire substation, $17,522,500. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $17,522,500 for the purpose of design, engineering, and net zero construction of a new police station and a fire substation on Continental Drive, including equipment, furnishings, and related costs, and to authorize the issuance of not more than $17,522,500 of bonds or notes in accordance with the provisions of the Municipal Finance Act, RSA 33, and further to authorize the Select Board to issue, negotiate, sell, and deliver such bonds or notes, and to determine the rate of interest thereon and the maturity and other terms thereof. And further to authorize the Select Board to apply for, obtain, and accept federal, state, or other aid, if any, including principal forgiveness, which may become available for this project, and to comply with all laws applicable to such project, and further to authorize the Select Board to take any action or to pass any other vote relative thereto. Debt service is to be paid from the general fund. Estimated tax impact, assuming a 20-year bond at 3.65 interest, is 68 cents per thousand, or $68 per 100,000 of assessed property value. Bond payments would begin approximately 1 year after issuance. A 3/5 ballot vote is required for approval, and this has been recommended by the Select Board 5-0. Mr. Papakonstantis?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Again, my name is Nico Papakostandis, speaking to Article 4. The town of Exeter has experienced significant growth over the past 30 years. New developments and facilities, the expansion of Exeter Hospital and PEA, and the relocation of the high school has contributed to 1 million square feet of new construction over the past decade or so. Since the last public safety facility was constructed, the town of Exeter has grown from a population of approximately 11,000 people in 1979 to over 16,000 people in 2023. With this expansion, the expectations and requirements of the police and fire departments have expanded. Over the past 4 years, the Town of Exeter commissioned a public safety staffing analysis and a public safety complex analysis. Based on the results of these analyses, a warrant article for constructing a police department with a fire substation was presented to the voters in 2023. Under SB 2, 60% support was required for the warrant article to pass. A strong majority of voters voted for the project. However, the project fell short by approximately 45 votes of the 60% requirement. The project is presented to you again this year on the ballot. Town of Exeter staff, as well as multiple committees, have vetted the project and believe it is essential for the future of our public safety departments. The overall project costs have escalated by 7.5% to $17,522,500 due to construction inflation over the past 12 months. This project would build a facility that will serve the residents of our town for the next 30-plus years. We are proud that the Town of Exeter has continued to support its first responders. The Select Board voted unanimously 5-0 to recommend approval of this project to the voters. Right now, we're going to watch a brief video where you will learn more about this project and also see the challenges our first responders face today. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Nico Papakostandis, Chair of the Exeter Select Board. The town of Exeter has grown dramatically, particularly in the last 3 decades. We have seen development explode with the construction of facilities such as Riverwoods and Sterling Hill, as well as new housing developments along Kingston Road, Ray Farm, the residences at Colquitt Pond, Woodrich Lane, Rennie Lane, and many, many others. Additionally, Exeter Hospital has expanded 3 times in that time period, and PEA continues to improve and expand its facilities annually. In the last 10 years alone, the town of Exeter has seen nearly 1 million square feet of new construction, much of that in the Epping Road, Continental Drive, and Industrial Drive areas. In addition, the high school is now located on the outskirts of town, and as new growth occurs, it increases our public safety needs. The town of Exeter has grown from a population of approximately 11,000 people in 1979 to around 16,000 presently in 2023. As the town expands, expectations of local government has changed, including public safety. Modern-day police and fire departments are expected to respond quickly, provide best-in-class care, and serve the community to be the best of their ability by supporting a safe environment for all to live and play. In 1979, Exeter built the current public safety building on Court Street, which houses both the police and fire departments, respectively. Much has evolved in public safety since then, and after 40 years of successful service, the departments have now outgrown their current spaces.
The town started to explore how to deal with this issue by approving $50,000 for fire and police staffing and deployment analysis. And again, voters approved an additional $100,000 for the purpose of studying alternatives for a new public safety complex.
This video will explain the limitations of the current facility, the process for the proposal, how the project meets the needs of police and fire now and in the future, and the financial impacts on residents.
As a first step in the process, we worked with the Center for Public Safety Management to review the program needs for both the fire and police departments. This process yielded a report that highlighted deficiencies in the current public safety building, and it called out the need for future building or buildings if built. In 2021, the town hired LaValle Brenzinger Architects, or LBA, to review the options to meet the deficiencies of the current public safety building on Court and evaluate options for alternative locations and finally recommend the best and most efficient opportunity to move forward. LBA and town staff reviewed the alternatives, such as various locations, various levels of rehab, or demolishing the current building. The final recommendation was to utilize town-owned land at 6 Continental Drive that had been purchased to support a public safety facility.
Once it became clear that a new police station was the path forward, a design and layout was created by LBA. Town staff reviewed the proposal and due to the significant anticipated costs, proceeded to cut over $1 million worth of square footage from the plan. This was before presenting it to the community. The proposal is efficient while still meeting the current and future needs of our public safety departments. At the March 2023 town election, a warrant article of $16.3 million for constructing a police department with a fire substation went to the voters. A majority of voters voted for the project. However, a supermajority of 3/5 was needed, and the project missed by 45 votes. This year, we are again presenting the project as town staff and committees believe this project is essential for the town moving forward.
Policing has changed dramatically in the last 40 years, but the building is not. The police and fire departments have utilized every square inch possible in our current building. Our number one concern is safety, and the safety of the public, the safety of our staff, and the safety of those in our custody. A floor plan which forces us to escort detainees processing through the staff workplaces and maintenance areas, including a gun cleaning bench. Officers must move staff out of the room before walking through. This condition is unsafe and disruptive to the staff as well as workflow. The building's parking lot is unsecure, allowing public access to fleet vehicles and staff. Recently, a patrol officer was confronted in the parking lot by someone he had given a ticket to earlier in the day. Dispatchers must leave the dispatch center to greet visitors in the lobby after hours, creating a lapse in response time for answering the phone or the radio. Our current evidence storage rooms are at capacity, forcing us to use additional spaces such as old juvenile cells for firearms and drugs evidence storage. Cold case file storage cannot be accommodated on site and must be stored off site in a shed that is not secure from the elements, pests, or adequately fortified. Workspace for officers and dispatchers is significantly limited. Through the years, the building has been retrofitted to meet the demands of current day policing. Hallways and closets have been renovated into workspaces, a break room, and kitchenette. The department also lacks a private interview room where officers can talk with victims or witnesses, and supervisors can work with subordinates, or residents can even engage with the police. Currently, no space is large enough to hold proper roll call for more than 3 officers at a time. The department has gone from 1 detective in 1979 to a current staff of 5. The detectives sit in an open concept area that does not provide privacy for intimate casework and follow-ups. The layout affects victim and witness privacy as well as case integrity. Men and women's locker rooms are over capacity. Today, officers must be outfitted with bulletproof vests, radios, tasers, and body-worn cameras, all of which barely fit into the limited locker space available. A few of these items also need to be charged, which causes additional space issues.
Building a fire substation would serve 2 functions for the fire department: improving response times and addressing space limitations for staff and equipment. Right now, it takes approximately 11 minutes to reach Exeter High School and points north and west of downtown when a call for service comes into dispatch. Nationally, a 4-minute response time from the station to the scene is a standard best practice. Currently, only 78% of our calls meet the 4-minute standard. However, the high school and points north and west can take significantly longer. This distance poses a danger for any potential incident at the high school. With a substation, we can meet the 4-minute response time 95% of the time. Railroad tracks, downtown congestion, and school zones contribute to longer response times. In a critical incident, every second counts. And while we pride ourselves on our overall quick response times, we aren't able to meet the national standard when it comes to the northern part of town. Having a permanent presence on Epping Road would ensure that if an emergency happens at the high school, north and west of town, or along 101, we can deploy personnel and assets without delay. Much like the police department, we've outgrown our current space. When the building opened in 1979, our call volume was 762 calls annually. In 2022, we responded to approximately 3,914 calls. Of those calls, 60% were for EMS services for our residents. Equipment requirements for fire and EMS have significantly changed since 1979. Engine and ladder trucks are much larger, staff must wear more life-saving equipment, and must also have access to decontamination areas to protect themselves from harmful contaminants from fighting fires. EMS requires constant training and a review of supplies and testing of equipment. Since our firefighter EMTs work a 24-hour shift, the employee needs space to complete necessary reports, attend training, and kitchen space for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, dormitories, and shower facilities. When built, the department staffed 4 firefighters per shift, and now we house 7. We also have seen an increase in women entering the fire service, which requires appropriate facilities. Like the police, the fire department has utilized every square inch of possible space in the current building, such as old closets and former storage areas, retrofitted in an attempt to meet the department's needs. Moving the police staff to another building and constructing a substation attached to a new police station would alleviate the space restrictions of our current facility on Court Street and improve response times to multiple parts of town.
1 in 5 calls to fire and EMS services come from the Epping Road corridor or areas north of Route 101. Response time for those calls will be greatly reduced with a new facility. No new staff or equipment is needed to staff the new facility. Our current staff will be split between the two facilities, and equipment already owned by the town will be moved to the new substation.
The new building will be energy efficient and net zero ready. A change in the location of the police department will not change how the community engages with the police department. Law enforcement employees will continue to patrol and support all sections of town as they always have. This includes our dedication to community policing in the downtown corridor. A new police department with a fire substation will solve the needs regarding safety, security, and space for both the police department and fire departments.
Hi, I'm Rustine, the town manager. This year, the town is again planning to put forward a warrant article for this project. The project costs have escalated by 7.5% to $17,522,500. This increase is due mainly to construction inflation. The town would secure a 20-year bond at an estimated 3.65% interest rate. What does this mean for the average taxpayer? Based on current valuations, the project would cost 68 cents per thousand of assessed valuation for a $300,000 home, which equates to $203 per year. For a $400,000 home, it equates to $270 per year. As part of the capital improvement program, the guiding document for planning capital needs for the town, the planning board has endorsed this project.
To sum up, I'd like to go over some numbers. In 1979, the public safety building had 44 employees occupying that building, and now the building is bursting with 70 employees, new equipment, and new staff responsibilities. This project would build a facility that will serve our residents for the next 30-plus years. I am proud that the town of Exeter has continued to support its first responders. Thank you very much for taking the time to watch this important video. I encourage all residents with any questions to reach out to any of the select board members or the town manager's office. More information about the project can be found on the town website with important dates, related meetings, and much, much more.
Thank you. Are there any folks who have any questions or any comments on this presentation? Thank you.
Good morning. As the video we just watched outlines, we are currently in a 41-year-old building, which has been consistently changed and retrofitted to best fit our needs over the last several decades. It's apparent from looking at the original floor plans and comparing to what we have now that a lot of effort went into making this the best that we can as we grew, as the town grew, and as policing procedures changed over the last 4 decades. But it's simply not adequate today. We've had multiple meetings with different stakeholder committees and town officials to listen to concerns and feedback. And we also made considerable cuts and refinements when arriving to the project that's before you. When we say our current building is not adequate, we're referring to many high liability areas for the town, its citizens, and its police. These include employee, visitor, and prisoner safety aspects, as well as records and evidence retention and processing issues. Part of the 2022 feasibility study included an independent review of our spatial needs. This MRI report looked at our situation regarding current best practices, recommendations from the President's Task Force on 21st Century Policing, and CALIA accreditation standards. The report's conclusion stated, despite the publicly facing professional appearance of external areas of the Exeter Police Facility, observation of the current state of the facility at 20 Court Street reveals that nearly every workspace is overcrowded, whether by personnel or storage of agency-owned property. Security and safety of employees and visitors to the Exeter Police Department is not assured within the current structure. Compliance with imposed regulations and best practices associated with victim witness privacy, juvenile operations, evidence and property storage, records maintenance, and prisoner handling in the current structure is not assured. The town of Exeter has a professional police force of dedicated men and women, and is consistently rated one of the safest towns in New Hampshire. The town also deserves a professional police department and all the services and further assurances that arise from having this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Chief Wilking.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Nothing good happens when I stand behind a podium, so if you'll indulge me, I'll stay back here. So good morning, all. You just heard from Chief Poulin as the nearly 45-year-old building on Court Street has seen many interior modifications to not only the police department, but the fire department. I think the video identified a bunch of that, and I'm not going to bore you with rehash, but it is worth pointing out the numbers of employees that work out of that. When I met with the chief, when I was hired in 2005, and he relayed some history and talked about 3 shifts of firefighters, 4 each, and a couple of chiefs working out of a new fire station they were all proud to have in 1978, 1979. I look now at 4 shifts of 7 to handle the call volume of 3,900 calls. And now we have 4 chief officers trying to handle fire prevention and training issues. The numbers speak for themselves. The building just cannot continue to support the personnel and the equipment we have. During the space needs assessment conducted, 47 deficiencies, mostly related to space and efficiency, were outlined. The video you just saw, speaking about the fire substation attached to the police station, addresses 41 of the 47 operational deficiencies and concerns regarding the fire department. Office space, bunk space, room for storage, lockup of our medications and drugs, yes, they're prescription drugs that we issue as paramedics. All that needs to be addressed in the new station. Rest assured, the fire department will continue to operate out of the Court Street station for years to come. In fact, it will remain our fire headquarters. You can still go there to get a fire permit. People building projects will still meet fire prevention out of the fire station on Court Street. We're not moving away, we're just moving some assets. Construction of the new substation along with the police station will allow us to move equipment and personnel already owned by the town or hired employees. You've heard that several times. We're not increasing staffing or buying fire trucks to staff a new fire station. We'll be moving an ambulance and an engine, fire pumper truck, to the new facility so we can have quick response to this piece of town you're sitting in today. The rest of our assets will remain downtown where honestly the bulk of our calls come from. You heard me state earlier, 1 in 5 calls is currently out here to the high school, Epping Road, Kingston Road, Brentwood Road, these areas. That means 4 or 5 calls are still downtown. So we'll be managing those calls with our assets downtown. We intend on assigning 12 firefighters to the new fire station. That's 3 firefighters per shift for every 4 shifts. The balance will stay downtown. So gear, personnel lockers, all the equipment necessary to move 12 people will be taken from the existing facility. Interestingly enough, when we take 3 firefighters off of our shifts of 7, the building at Court Street returns to its original purpose when built in 1978. The building was designed to support 4 firefighters per shift and 2 chief officers. We will again return to that number to be able to operate out of court. So the building will be far more efficient, and as I said, will meet most of the deficiencies that were outlined. I'd encourage anyone wishing to take a tour of the existing facility to give us a call or just drop by. We're there 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Speak to the shift captain, we'll gladly give you a tour, show you firsthand. While we take pride in our station and our equipment, it's just too small to safely and efficiently allow us to provide service to you, the residents of the town of Exeter. I'd encourage you to watch the video again. I watched it 3 times before I got all the takeaways from that and all the talking points and all the important issues of that. Visit the website, or as I say, just swing by and speak to the firefighters at the fire station and see it firsthand. I want to take a minute here as I wrap up to thank the town's elected officials, all my fellow employees, and my great staff of fire and EMS personnel, but most of all you, the residents of the community of Exeter, who supported the fire service and me for nearly 20 years. While I look back at a wonderful career here at Exeter, I can't help but smile as I look to pass the torch to the new generation of leaders. The future is bright and you'll be in good hands, but I plan to step away in April after what we hope is a positive vote of the station. And I wish you all the best. Stay safe, help one another, and always look to the fire department for help as well. Remember, no one has ever called the fire department because they did something smart. We're here to help you in your time of need. Thank you all very much.
Thank you very much, Chief Wilking. I see some people lined up at the microphone. Could you, when you come up, state your name and your address and show me your card?
Hi, I'm Rita Teriyaki from Washington Street, Exeter.
Can you step up to the microphone, please? The microphone.
Can you hear me?
You may be able to tip it down a little bit. Just the mic. There you go. And you have to get kind of close.
Okay, so I just have a small clarification on the net zero component of the article. I think it's amazing that we are including sustainable strategies in the article, and we set the requirements for the design. And my clarification is to add a building performance requirement to the article, which is net zero and passive house certifiable design and construction of the building. And the reason why I would like to add that, because this phase of the design is the best opportunity to incorporate sustainability strategies into the project. And with that addition, with that clarification to make it passive house certifiable, we just going to have the opportunity to have a high-performing and efficient building, which will, in the end, reduce the operational cost for the whole lifetime of this new building. So it is. I think it's important to have that addition and clarification in the article. And that way we can further investigate what strategies are feasible. And just wanting to mention that it should not increase the cost. It should not impact the cost of the project, the cost of the design. It is just having these strategies incorporated early on into the project.
Okay, could you please write down exactly what you want to change in the article? We have some paper and some pens up here, and then I'm going to have some of the folks up here speak to that, because since this is a bond article, I think there may be some consequences for making any changes. So why don't you write that down so that I can read it, and then we'll ask for folks to respond.
I think. Okay, my name is Mary.
Oh, hold on, please. We're going to discuss this amendment first.
Sorry.
I need to recognize you before you can speak. Thank you. Thank everybody for your patience. So this is a motion by Rita Terjacki, and I'm going to read it, and then we will need a second if we're going to go forward with it. So this would change the beginning of the warrant article, which I think we have up there, thank you. So after the word engineering in the second line, add the words and construction of a before, sorry, we don't need the and construction, it's there, sorry. So construction of a net zero, and then add the word and passive house certifiable, and then delete construction of a, go with the words new police and fire station. So it would read, for the purpose of design, engineering, and construction of a net zero and passive house certifiable new police station and fire substation. Is there a second on this? And your name, sir?
Christopher Zigmont.
Christopher, last name, spell it?
Z-I-G-M-O-N-T. Z like zebra, I-G-M-O-N-T.
Thank you. Okay, is there further discussion on this item? Does anyone else wish to speak with us to this amendment? Seeing no further discussion, then we are going to need to vote on that. Has everyone got your voter cards ready? Oh, I'm sorry, were you trying to speak?
May I? Yes.
Sorry, it's hard for me to see
I wasn't there
both
yet.
places.
I wasn't quick enough.
That's okay. If I know that it's sometimes hard for people to come all the way down to the front, but if you're at the middle there, you're going to have to wave. So I say yes. Name and your street address, please.
Paul Royal, 3 Pumpkin Circle, Exeter. I have quite a few friends that are actually involved in building net zero properties, facilities, public buildings. Some of the leaders in the industry, as a matter of fact, I talked to somebody at length about it at dinner the other night. And these things are doable. They do not add significant costs when done well and right, but they take significant planning. I think what we've got set so far may not be good enough for net zero, but the time to bring this up, unfortunately, and maybe I wish it had been brought up, was probably 2 to 3 years ago. I think this would potentially stop this project, and as much as I'd like to see a net zero public facility built that would carry us through the next 30 or 40 years, the time has passed to get this done. One thing I don't think that has been talked about, or maybe I missed it, is that some of the issues that we have with the current building as well present significant risk of lawsuits. The time is now. Construction costs will go up if this is delayed. Who knows what will happen to interest rates? The time to act is now, in my opinion. I would defeat this amendment.
Thank you. The town manager will speak.
Good morning, Russell Dean, town manager. The comment I wanted to make on the amendment is simply that when we developed our project budget, we definitely looked at issues like this. However, there is a concern that if we incorporate this into the article, that it binds us to that, and that would be a concern in terms of beating the project budget. So just please take that into account when you're voting.
Thank you. Are there other voters? You were in line. Thank you. Your name and address?
So, Andrew Elliott, I'm on the Budget Recommendation Committee, and I live on Washington Street as well. So, actually, for full disclosure, Rita is my spouse. So
that's okay. You're allowed to be married.
Yes. Well, thank you very much. No, so I just wanted to point out that Rita is an architect, and she just built in construction of a fire station in Boston right now. She works at an architect firm in Boston, and this is something that the Budget Recommendation Committee actually fought very hard to have in the language, that the building be sustainable. It's a building we have to live with for the next 50 years, presumably, and it is the time to do it now because this is the money to do it. So if we don't do it now, it'll never get done. So I know I could speak for the Budget Recommendation Committee that we really supported the idea of a sustainable design, and that's what we want to include in the warrant article. So I would definitely support this. Thanks.
Thank you. I see a gentleman up in the middle, so I'm going to have him go next. And then, is this Rita? Rita, I will let anyone else speak before I go back to you, okay? Not because I don't like you, but we just take turns. Yes, sir.
Yes, Peter Lennon, 20 Cullen Way, Exeter. With all due respect to the proponents of this proposal, I guess I would be particularly concerned with the fact that indeed it might raise the costs for the building as well as delay the building's construction. I think that at this point in time, with the sustainability built-ins that are already part of the building, I think that satisfactorily addresses the initial steps towards sustainability. I would be particularly concerned that this would add significant costs or carve out of the existing $17.5 million money that is now dedicated for other purposes, which I think we can all agree are probably a higher priority than net zero and sustainability. As a former member of the Budget Committee and the Facilities Committee, I was against this project several years ago because I didn't think that the operational requirements were there or the homework had been done. Well, I'm quite confident that the homework has been done and the operational requirements are there. It's time for this to be approved and construction started as soon as possible. And the Select Board, the Fire Department, and the Police Chief have done an excellent job of trying to balance their needs with the financial issues associated with this warrant article. So I would be very reluctant to do anything that directly or indirectly threaten this warrant article's passage by adding both undefined requirements as well as costs. So I would urge people to vote against this amendment.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak to the amendment? I'm sorry, I'm going to go with the lady down here. We'll go back and forth. Ma'am, if you could please step up and state your name and your address.
My name is Mary Teagle. I live on Union Street. And I want to speak to the amendment. I'm a retired architect, and I'm certified in sustainable building in Oregon and Washington. So I'm not going to make any cost objections because I'm not qualified. But I will say this. This amendment is very essential, and people have alluded to the possibility of greater costs. And that's true. However, at this stage in the game, you do not have a fully designed building. You probably don't have your architectural program, or you might be close. However, if this suggestion, amendment, is in the article, then you are going to attract architects, engineers, and contractors who are very skilled at this type of emphasis on sustainability. Whereas if you delete this, you're going to attract a wider array of the aforementioned contractors, architects, engineers, who may not be as savvy about this. And I think that would be a shame. So I'm going to speculate that it's not going to add much cost. And here's one example. And architectural and engineering firms who are skilled in this type of thing will orient the building, will face it the correct way for passive gain, passive loss. I'm talking heat and cooling. They'll do a number of things just on paper, or CAD as we do it now, that will lead you to the goal of a sustainable building. So with that, I urge you to adopt this amendment.
Thank you. And now the gentleman up at the mic. Thank you.
Paul Friedrichs, 9 Newfields Road. I've heard a couple of speakers ahead of me suggest that we're not going to get a net zero construction because it hadn't been planned ahead for the past 2 years and things like that. I would like to be assured by somebody here that this will be a net zero building. And I very much agree that the types of adjustments that the prior speaker to me just said about situating the building appropriately facing the sun to catch the passive thing, that these are not things that are going to add to the construction cost of the building, but important design features. So I would be in favor of the motion, but I would like to be assured, whether the motion passes or not, that this is going to be a net zero building, in which case, I think it should go forward. But if I can't be assured it's going to be a net zero building for the next 30, 40 years, we're going to need that around here. And I would oppose it if I can't be assured that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Manager?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Just to go back to the original article, design, engineering, and net zero construction of a new police station and fire substation. So it is in the article. I just wanted to also say that if the project goes over budget, we would have to come back to the town meeting to seek additional funding, and that would stop the project essentially in its tracks. We wouldn't be able to continue without additional money.
Thank you. I am going to the gentleman down here. Thank you. State your name and address, please.
Christopher Zigmont, Crestview Drive, and full disclosure, I'm on both the Sustainability Advisory Committee and the Budget Recommendation Committee. I did second this amendment to this warrant for all the reasons that the proponents so far have spoken. It is written in there, and one of the things I want to draw is some clarification in the language. The article that's in the warrant is written now, net zero, I'll let you repeat it, but passive solar net zero construction, which is terrific. A lot of the supporting documents, in fact, earlier copies of this circulate with the words net zero ready, which is an animal of a different stripe. Net zero ready is not net zero. And I want to make sure, if this is what we're pushing to codify in the warrant, that it is a net zero construction. That we've come this far, that we've got this, I'm in full support of this police station and substation. We need it as a town. We're growing by leaps and bounds. It would be such a shame to miss this opportunity. We've come this far with a $17 million+ budget, ready to move forward and to put something in the ground to make a structure that's 30+ years in service for us and not do the right thing, especially since we're on CAD drawings and paper right now and not design in cost-effective things that, from my understanding, is just good choice making, not adding costs. It's good construction choice making. So I would just like to further support this amendment. Thank you.
So, excuse me, are you looking for a response to your question?
I was standing in support of this and put it before the select board to just maybe clarify the difference in language in some of the earlier ones. It said net zero ready. I'm pleased to see this one says net zero construction. So, and I accept the amendment as proposed.
So rumor has it that Mr. Sharples may have some insight into this. Mr. Sharples, would you be willing to speak to this? He's going to jump the queue to the microphone. Thank you. He's our planning director.
Yes, thank you. Dave Sharples, Planning Director, as you said, or Town Planner. To back up just a little bit, the current language includes net zero. And the amendment, to speak on the amendment is adding passive house. So some people may be wondering what's the difference between the two. And just to give, short version, while it's, those are buzzwords and some people debate what the actual meaning is. My understanding, net zero is a construction of a building that creates as much energy on site that it consumes. So if it's using, 1,000 kilowatts a month, it produces 1,000 kilowatts a month. So it doesn't take any external electricity from the grid to support the energy use of that facility. That's net zero. Doesn't really, matter how much you use, it's just as long as you create what you use on site to offset it and get to net zero. Passive house is a little more stringent. It looks at the ability to reduce the use as much as possible. Reduce energy use. So really what it translates into is air sealing. You look at increased air sealing, increased insulation, increased windows, triple pane windows, and using passive solar. Instead of solar panels out front, you use windows and direction and so forth to allow heat and cooling in the summer. So it's passive, it's not active. So that's my understanding of the two. I had the pleasure of speaking. I found out about this amendment about an hour ago, so I had the pleasure of finding the architect, Rita, that's proposing it, and talking to Chris Zigmon as well. And I said the town is committed, regardless of what happens, to spending and doing. I think it would be a disservice to the community not to create a building envelope, the most energy efficient building envelope as possible. So I think it would be a disservice to do that. All I was concerned about is how does this impact the price or cost, or does it? And I called the architect and I have not heard back from them. So I don't know what it'll do to the price, but I can tell you we are committed to making a most energy efficient building as possible.
Thank you. Now, I'm losing track of who was where. Okay, we're motioning up there. Yes, please state your name and address.
Doug Flockhart, 7 Jacks Court, formerly 62 Park Court. I'm a retired architect. I need some information in order to decide how to vote on this amendment. I saw this pamphlet, which seems to indicate to me that this building has already been designed. I'd like to know from Rustine or whoever is in charge of overseeing this project, how far along is the design of this project? Are we ready to start construction, or are these just preliminary plans?
I think Mr. Sharples can respond to that. Thank you.
I can certainly answer that. These are conceptual designs. They are not final designs. They don't have any, wall details or building envelope details or insulation specs. I mean, they have a long way to go. They're probably, if this passes, you're talking about a 7-8 month process to get to final design, so you get construction documents to go out to bid. We just went as far as we could to get an accurate estimate on what it would cost. So you have to go to a certain level to get to the estimate that we got, and we went that far, and now we brought it to the voters, because why go to full final design and spend that extra, design funds until, we know the project's a reality. Does that answer your question?
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you. So I'm going to ask you just to pause, because you got an answer to that question, and we've got other folks down here, but you can ask a second question.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Bob Pryor, Pickpocket Road. I'd like a clarification on something Mr. Dean just said, which is that any increased costs over the budget that's in this proposed amendment would have to come back to the voters. And yet I would draw your attention to the third to the last line, where it says that, and further, to authorize the select board to take any other action or to pass any other vote relative thereto. And I'd like a clarification, please, whether that means that you would, in fact, have to come back, or are we authorizing, if you will, a blank check for this amendment?
Mr. Dean?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. That's a great question, and the answer is that this body and the vote on March 12th are really the only bodies that can appropriate money. The select board, the town manager cannot appropriate funds. So if there are not enough funds to complete the project, we would have to come back to the appropriating body in order to get that funding, and that would require us to come back to the town.
Could you give us a sense, please, of what would be included in this open statement that is included here? Because I note that this was not part of the language on last year's.
Yes, and then no more follow-up questions.
Yeah, I know. I jumped the queue. Sorry.
So that language was recommended actually by our bond counsel. So that was basically with the project. I think what it would do is allow within the parameters of the appropriation the select board to take votes relative to the project if that came up during the course of construction and things like that. That would allow them to flexibly deal with issues and questions and concerns that came up during the project design and development.
Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see anyone at the upper mic. I think that gentleman is sat down. Mr. Chartrand.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. My name is Dan Chartrand. I live at 63 J.D. Hill Avenue. Bob Pryor just put his finger on the issue. We have a wonderful system of government, and its strength is on display right here. Citizen participation in all the issues that come before the town to decide annually. We do this once a year. That's the strength of our form of government. The weakness of our form of government is that it is extremely inflexible. Once a year, we decide things. This is with water and sewer upwards over $40 million now. I don't know of any other $40 million operation that waits once a year to decide things. But that's what we do, and we make that sacrifice so that we can have this full-bodied discussion and participation. I think it's a wonderful form of government. This is my favorite day of the year in town government. I love deliberative session. Unfortunately, the inflexibility of our system drives me to say I'm going to have to vote no to this wonderful amendment, because this one time a year is our only time of year to get this done. And unfortunately, the language is set, and if we change it, it may not correspond to the amount of money we're asking our voters, our legislative body, to approve. So I have to vote no, and I apologize to the proponents. I would love to incorporate their language, but the inflexibility of our form of government does not allow me to vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Just as a point of clarification, folks have mentioned a couple of names here in terms of who's reviewed this. When there is an article that deals with appropriating funds that involves a bond, which is borrowing money, all of the folks at the town work on it. We have a town council who also reviews the language to make sure it complies with the laws, which is very specific. And then there's another couple of levels of approval. There is someone known as bond counsel, which is an attorney who specifically reviews warrant articles to make sure they comply with the legal requirements under New Hampshire law to qualify for borrowing that money. And finally, the Department of Revenue Administration also reviews that. So this language has been reviewed and blessed by all of those folks up to now. I see, is there someone up here? I'll go with this gentleman first.
Hi, I'm Joel Schonder, 93 Park Street. I think I'm going to follow Mr. Chartrand's comments here, which I'm inclined to vote against the amendment despite the fact that I really like its objective. And my question is, I think the specific wording in the amendment is to require this passive house certifiable quality.
Construction.
Yes. And so is it possible to have it have an alternative amendment that basically says that the town will prefer proposals, either at equivalent cost or within the budget limit that are passive house as opposed to something that is not, so that the town has some flexibility.
So
if we get one bid and it's not passive house, that's not going to happen. But if you get 7 and 2 of them are, and it's the same cost or within 5%, it seems like you wouldn't have to come back.
So that would be a second amendment. So we'll have an up or down vote on this proposed language. And then if you wanted to make another amendment to change the language, there would be time for that afterwards.
I suppose my question is that a practical thing to do?
I can't tell you that. You can make amendments to the article. I can't tell you what the consequence, that's what all these people are doing, is telling you what the consequence might be of changing the language.
Okay, but it's doable, is what you're telling me. Not necessarily that it would be passable, but that we can come up with language.
It's within the rules for amending an article. How's that for an answer?
Sure.
Okay, thank you. Selectwoman Gilman.
Julie Gilman, 96 High Street. And I just wanted to fill in a couple pieces of information to the process of what this would go through. I'm also an architect, and I have gone through the process of doing a building such as this. One of the things that happens if we go through and design, we haven't done a finished design. We've done this is the kind of space you need design. When the construction drawings are done, these things would be included in that design. There's another step after that, it's called value engineering, where all of the players, the architects, the engineers, the staff, get together, and if they find out it's going to cost more than we've approved, then they make a decision about what we're going to remove from the design or the space or how to make it more efficient. So it's not just because of the way it's worded with the saying the money is for the design, design, engineering, and then the rest of the changes, that we're not committing ourselves to a particular construction if we can't afford it. So there may be part of the building that will have what we want here, and part of the building we might have to give up something. And I also agree that to do it now is much better than to retrofit a building to get to net zero or get to the, I can't read my own writing, but the second part of the amendment. So those are my thoughts, and also I would like the two architects who have spoken to please see me about joining the Historic District Commission.
Excellent plug. Okay, I think we have a gentleman up with the mic there.
I switched mics, Bob Pryor.
You are so sneaky.
Pickpocket Road. I just want to speak in favor of this amendment because what we're saying is that this is our goal, which is design a complex that meets certain standards, both LEED certified and now sustainable. And this is the budget with which you have to work, which is 17 million plus change. We are not at the final design stage. So we have the ability to meet the goal and meet the budget by passing this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to ask, that was lovely, but I'm going to ask people to hold their applause, just so we can get through all this. Is there anyone else wishing to speak who has not already spoken? Ms. Dejecki, did you want to speak again? You may.
Again, I'm
Hold on.
Mary Teagle, Union Street.
Thank you.
I want to pick up on what Julie said. I forget your term. It's the next phase of design. Evaluation. And so the next gentleman spoke about being in favor, and I agree with what Dan said, but I'm going to add to what Julie said, and I really hope you take this amendment. The program is prioritized, which means that the most essential elements of this new building will remain intact. That is to support the activities of the police and the fire department, and in turn, the community benefits. Lower priorities are, how expensive is the carpet? Are we going to face it in granite, the building? Are we going to have it be CMU units? There are many, what I'll call somewhat superficial aspects of a building, from the footings to the last knick-knack, that have a wide range of costs. And there are going to be a whole bunch of essential elements, which I won't call trivial, but I'll call them inconsequential. And the price range, if you've ever tried to buy a faucet, you can buy a faucet for $80 or $5,000. So that's not the best example, but it gives you a notion of how much these non-essential components of the entire project can cost. And this team of people who would weigh the pros and cons of get rid of this, get rid of that, we can't do this, will know all of what I'm trying to describe. So bearing Dan's very good position, I would say that if you do know more about architecture, building, construction, you know that there's a whole pile of things that you can dump that do not degrade the original purpose of the building. So there it is.
Thank you. Is there anyone else wishing to speak to the amendment? Yes, go right ahead.
Thank you. It's Rita Teriyaki from Washington Street, Exeter. And thank you for everyone's feedback. It was very helpful to hear everyone's concerns and thoughts on the amendment. And I just wanted to summarize it, that I think what this amendment would do is really just to clarify our goal for for this project, to set the design requirement and see what can we do within the budget. Because the budget is set, it's included in the article, it's not going to change. But there are a lot of things we can do if we set these goals now and we keep it as a priority. I'm working in Boston, I'm working currently on a fire station. Massachusetts energy codes are much closer to passive house standards than the New Hampshire energy code, and I see how many things we can do when we really would like to make the building sustainable, to reduce our climate impact, and just create a better future for our children.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else who wishes to speak to this amendment? I don't think there's anyone. Okay, seeing none. What we will do is vote on the amendment itself. Could you take your seat, please? And everyone's going to need their voter cards. And I have a couple of counters that are positioned in the audience to help count in case it is close. So, Chris, are you going to be counting the... Okay. Okay, Robert, you're going to be doing the up into the nosebleed galleries. Okay, so all in favor of this amendment as presented, please say aye and raise your cards high. Aye. I think we're going to need to count it. Keep them up, please, and if we have trouble seeing you, we may ask you to stand. Did you get a number, Robert? You have 22? Okay, so that is a total of 44 in favor. All opposed, please raise your cards. You're going to have to count them again. Thank you. $23. Dang it. That's a tie. At least my math says it's 44 for and 44 against, and I voted. So. I didn't vote. Oh, here's a person that didn't vote. Why didn't you vote?
Because I don't have a card.
I shouldn't have a card. Okay. So it is a tie. So, Mr. Attorney, what do we do now when we've had a tie? I think it says that we don't pass that amendment. Is that correct? Because it has to be by a majority. Attorney Driscoll, I'm coming to you. Yeah, we need to have a majority vote on it. There was a proposed or possible second amendment. Does a person want to come forward with a second amendment?
Could we just possibly recount this? I mean, it's a tie, right?
We can't recount because people's hands are down. And that's why I have those crack troops out there doing the counting. So are you approaching the microphone, sir?
Yes, I am. I'm the person you were referring to, Joel Schonder, Park Street. So
you're going to need to give us spell your name for us so that we get if you're going to make a motion.
Okay, well, I think I actually have a question before my earlier question was regarding whether it was possible to alter the purpose of the language, and after I sat down and listening to other people speak, looking at the language here, it did say that the purpose was to do these things. It didn't require that those things be done. And so I, despite what I said before, I changed my mind and voted in favor. And I'm not too enthused about being the most hated person in Exeter by altering another amendment.
So what I'll ask you to do is, if you're going to alter the language, grab a copy of the warrant behind you and write on it so we can see exactly what the language is, okay?
Yeah.
And then read it off.
So I'm not sure that any language would really alter the purpose of what we've just voted on. Like, it would be different language, but it kind of feels...
You can do a similar,
Okay.
you can do a similar amendment that's not out of bounds. So
Okay.
just write it up for us so we all know exactly what we're voting on. Do you know what I'm saying? There are copies of the warrant.
Yes, all right.
Okay. You don't have to do it. Do you want to think about it?
Yes, although I don't want to hold the whole...
No, I mean,
thing up.
sit down and think about it, as opposed to, we will not move on to another article until I hear that there's no more discussion on this one. So I won't suddenly not allow you to talk on it anymore. Is there anyone else? Yes. State your name, please.
Hi there, Elizabeth Canada, 58 Columbus Ave. I'm married to one of the select board members, which I feel like I should say too. I just want to speak to this article for a moment to say it's pretty close to what we had last year. I think we saw that in the video. I know there's been debate about the previous amendment. We missed this by 45 votes, I think it was. It was so close. And I think what I would hope that we are here to do as well is to advocate for why we need this so badly. And I think the video did an excellent job to show. I'm on the Budget Recommendations Committee. I remember when they told us about all of the security issues that are at play, the fact that members of the public just walk through and can have access to things that really, I will tell you, I should not have access to, certainly. So I'm really hoping that we, as a collective group here at Deliberative Session, also one of my favorite days, Mr. Chartrand, that we can go forward and pass this here and go out and tell our friends who couldn't be here today of why they need to pass it as well. So just want to speak really in support of this article. Thank you.
Thanks very much. You're in line there? Okay. We're going to go to this gentleman down here. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody.
Your name and address, please.
Working on that.
Thank you.
Peter Finch, Spruce Street, the one-way section of Spruce Street here in Exeter. I am talking in favor of the article, nothing to do with the amendment. And I would like to state that I help out in the town with radio communications, particularly with the Seabrook drills, which is ongoing as we speak. There's been one, there's another one coming up this week, and there'll be a third one. And to do that, I go up into the Emergency Operations Center, which is located in the fire section of the existing building. I have to go up a few flights of stairs. How do I get up there if I have difficulty or I've broken my leg or something? So that's a concern that I'd like to bring to the attention. The Emergency Operations Center is very active during this drill period. There's 20, 30 people up there. It's a big room. And that would be a great improvement if it was at the ground level, something like that. And it is a communications room is there that I utilize as part of my radio operations. And presumably there's one here in this building, a secondary communications building room, and there should be one at the proposed fire station where if one of the buildings is destroyed, otherwise flooded, some such thing, power out, that there's a secondary, tertiary location for radio communications. And so I'd like to speak in favor of Article 4.
Thank you very much. I see a queue at the microphone in the middle of the room. Dr. Friedrichs.
Paul Friedrichs back. Thank you. I'll be brief. I just wanted to remind people that it's great we're being promised a net zero construction, because think of all the money will be saved in the next 40 years on energy costs, which will even be greater savings with a smart, passive energy designed building as proposed by the amendment that went to a tie. So Remember that in the cost of this building. I don't think anyone's debating the amount. That will stand fixed. I still contend that the design really hasn't been finalized and the passive stuff can be done at that budget. But remember all the savings we're getting in the 40 years on energy costs. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next person in line.
Mary Teagle, Union Street.
Thank you.
You can tell I'm really in favor of this, and I want it done right. Ms. Elliott and I just caucused, and we didn't get here, I hope. We have a new amendment to propose.
All right. Is it one that's going to modify the language on the article?
Slightly.
Okay, I'm going to ask you to write it up on one of those copies of the warrant and then bring it up so that we know exactly what that language is.
Okay, I'm going to say it, and you can dictate what I say.
Okay.
Just write it on the back.
Okay.
I used to be an editor before I was an architect.
And your name again is Mary?
Mary Teagle.
Yep. How do you spell Teagle?
Tegel, Union Street.
Thank you.
The term net zero in quotation marks in line 3, which precedes the word construction, I propose that that term net zero be put in front of the word design so that net zero is applied to the design, engineering, and construction. And I'm going to surmise that that was the intent of the committee that drafted this warrant article. And so I'm proposing what I believe is not a substantial change at all, but rather clarifies what the writers of this meant, I think, and what we're going to vote on. So net zero should be applied at the beginning of that phrase for the purpose of net zero design, engineering, and net zero and construction.
So take out the second net zero.
Right, yes,
Yep.
please.
Okay. So write that up, put your name on it, and then we're going to need a second. Bring it on up, please.
Okay. Okay, we're going to submit your copy with the edited versions on it like an editor would do.
Okay.
And we'll initial it and date it.
I need your name.
Okay.
So just write your name in there. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks.
And bring it on up.
Do you want to put yours too?
Just to speed things up, if anyone has future amendments, kindly follow the same procedure. Write it out. Thank you. I know. I'm waiting for it. We could do a seventh inning stretch. I'm not going to sing Sweet Caroline, though, I promise. So the motion is to move the word net zero. This is a little different than what you had said.
No.
So now the moving of the word net zero to be in front of the word police station. So a new net zero police station. That's what's written here.
The lines are too vague. Term net zero, we're out proposing to go in front of the word design.
That's not what's in my hand. What's in my hand is it's in front of the word police station, between new and police station. If you want to do that, write it down and bring it up, okay? So just to be clear, if anyone's changing the language on an article, please mark it up on a printed copy so that we all know what it is. Thanks. Okay, this is a motion by Mary Teagle, which would be to take the phrase in quotation marks net zero on the second line of Article 4 and move it from following the word and to following the word purpose. I think you want it to go after of. I will make that little editorial change. So it would now read, for the purpose of net zero design, engineering, and construction. Is that what you had in mind, Ms. Teagle? Hi, okay. Now, did you want to, well, we need a second on this before we have any discussion. Is there someone? Mr. Zigmont, is that correct? Okay, thank you. Okay, did you want to speak some more, Ms. Teagle?
I really think that this amendment, I hope, matches the intent of the people who drafted this. It seems a fair and reasonable amendment. Thank you.
Okay, is there further discussion on this change? I see, is there someone up with the mic? It's a little hard for me to tell. Are you waiting to speak? Mr. Papakonstantis? Why don't we go to you next? Yes, please.
Thank you. Nico Papakonstantis, 11 Little Pine Lane. I voted no on the last amendment for the same reasons that Mr. Chartrand echoed. I just want to take a quick minute to walk back to last year. And when this proposal came before the Budget Recommendations Committee, prior to that, rather, a request came before the Select Board. And the Select Board last year, before the warrant article was presented last year, actually increased the budget to take into effect net zero over 30 years. So the commitment by the Select Board to the town was that we were going to focus on making this building net zero, and that escalated the cost that was on the warrant article last year. We kept the exact same project this year. Of course, the money went up 7.5% because of construction inflation, but the Select Board was committed to continue making this net zero. I plan to vote in favor of this new amendment because I think it keeps the spirit of what we're trying to accomplish here. To build a building, a facility that will sustain us for 30 years or more, keeping into account that it will be net zero. I do not want to lose focus, though, that the main objective here is public safety. And I'm going to vote yes on this amendment because I want to see this pass. And as I spoke to the amendment earlier this morning when we first introduced it, I'm in favor of this public safety complex, and I'm in favor of recommending the amount that we have here. And I believe that this new amendment keeps the spirit of what's written there to build a facility that is net zero, but more importantly, to take the town of Exeter to where we need to be from a public safety standpoint. It's a police station, it's a fire department substation, and while I believe in building a sustainable facility, I want to be able to ensure our citizens that you're getting the public safety that you should expect. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak to this amendment? I see someone making her way.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Cynthia Fry Macumber, Woodridge Lane, Exeter. I was wondering if the writers of the amendment would consider the removal of the quotes around net zero. If we're serious about this, quotes tend to leave a sense of ambiguity. And it might be taken to mean this is a suggestion rather than a sincere request. I'm just wondering if that might be a possibility before we vote.
So what we'll do is vote up or down on this amendment, and if you want to make a third amendment, if it passes, then you can bring that up.
And I don't know if that would be the case from a legal standpoint. This is a question that I
Correct, and I'm giving you the answer. So we're not going to do an amendment to the amendment before we vote on it. We'll vote up or down on it, and then we'll have a third amendment if folks want.
And in the interest of time, that may not happen, but I appreciate your answer. Thank you.
We've got all day. Does anyone else wish to speak to this amendment? Seeing none, I think we're going to count. Now, everybody, this is important stuff, all right? We want all in favor to raise cards high and say aye. Aye. Robert? Well, that I think is going to pass. It's 39 and 51 makes 90. Okay. All opposed, please raise your cards high. Looks like that is going to fail. Okay. So the ayes have it. This has been amended. Are there any further amendments on this warrant article? I see someone striding to the microphone. He's just beating an exit. Okay. Did you want to make your second amendment? Okay, backing away. Great, good. Okay, are there any further discussion or amendments on Article 4? Seeing none, that will appear on the warrant as amended. Is there a motion to restrict reconsideration? I need to know, pop up to the mic and we'll get your names. Paul Scafidi? I can hear him from here. Okay. Is there a second?
Second, Peter Lennon.
Peter Lannon, thank you. Okay, all in favor of restricting reconsideration of this article, please raise your cards and say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. The ayes have it, so this will be restricted for further reconsideration at this session. Thank you. Moving on. Article 5 is the School Street Area Design Reconstruction, $6,510,000, to see if the town will raise and appropriate the sum of $6,510,000 and $0 for the purpose of construction of water, sewer, and drainage improvements in the School Street area, and to authorize the issuance of not more than $6,510,000 of bonds or notes in accordance with the provisions of the Municipal Finance Act, RSA 33, and further to authorize the school board to issue, negotiate, sell, and deliver such bonds or notes, and to determine the rate of interest thereon, and maturity and other terms thereof, and further to authorize the select board to apply for, obtain, and accept federal, state, or other aid, if any, including principal forgiveness, which may become available for this project, and to comply with all laws applicable to such project, and further to authorize the select board to take any other action or to pass any other vote relative thereto. The town anticipates receiving 35% debt forgiveness from the Department of Environmental Services to offset a portion of the sewer cost of the project. Debt service will be paid from the general fund, and notwithstanding the general obligation nature of the bonds or notes, it is anticipated that debt service will also be paid from the water fund and the sewer fund. Estimated tax impact, assuming a 15-year bond at 3.5% interest, 10 cents per thousand and $10 per 100,000 of assessed property value. Bond payments would begin approximately 1 year after issuance. A 3/5 ballot vote is required for approval, recommended by the Select Board 5-0. Mr. Chartrand, did you wish to speak to this?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I would refer you all, first of all, to your notes that the Town Manager's Office has compiled. In those notes, there's a description. This project covers Garfield, Kossuth, School, and Union Streets. It's designated the School Street project, but it does cover that entire neighborhood. That's my first point. My second point is the condition of the infrastructure under the ground. The water mains in this area are comprised of 4-inch and 6-inch cast iron pipe that have insufficient capacity for fire flows. And then the sewer mains are 8-inch and 10-inch vitrified clay pipe in poor condition. So that's kind of the ground that we're working with. We have a history of projects like this. Previously, we've done the Water Street extension along the river and the lower part of Park Street. We then went on to do Salem Street, Upper Park, Oak Street. We are now in the process of beginning to do West Side Drive. We kind of jumped up there because there were some inflow and infiltration concerns. And then this project, if approved by the voters, would jump back to the next neighborhood in line. So we are doing a steady stream of these projects. It's all part of a plan. Regular approval of such projects is a sign of a healthy and well-functioning water and sewer system. We just made a rate adjustment as a select board. The select board is also your water and sewer commissioners. We just made a rate adjustment to take into account the fact that a procession of projects like this are going to be happening. So that will take care of the water and sewer side of things in terms of cost. And then again, this is just part of a healthy, functioning system. This is not extraordinary. This is not an emergency like a certain siphon project we just did. This is what we do to maintain our water and sewer system on a regular basis. And the last point I'd like to make is when we do these things, we support the property values in this town that generate the tax revenue that allow us to have a municipal government. So I would urge you to support this project as you have supported past projects and as I know that you will support future projects. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there someone else who would like to speak to this article or any questions? Seeing none, this article will appear on the ballot without change. Is there a motion to restrict reconsideration of this article? Anyone wish to make that motion? Mr. Chartrand, and is there a second? Ms. Gilman, thank you. All in favor, please raise your cards and say aye. All opposed, raise your cards and say nay. The ayes have it. No further reconsideration of this matter. Thank you. The next article is 6, the Webster Avenue Pump Station, $213,300, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $213,300 for the purpose of replacement of the Webster Avenue Sewer Pump Station, and to authorize the issuance of not more than $213,300 of bonds or notes in accordance with the provisions of the Municipal Finance Act, RSA 33. And further, to authorize the Select Board to issue, negotiate, sell, and deliver such bonds or notes, and to determine the rate of interest thereon and the maturity and other terms thereof. And further, to authorize the Select Board to apply for, obtain, and accept federal, state, or other aid, if any, including principal forgiveness, which may become available for this project, and to comply with all laws applicable to such project. And further, to authorize the Select Board to take any other action or to pass any other vote relative thereto. Without impairing the general obligation nature of the bonds or notes, it is anticipated that debt service will be paid by the sewer fund. Bond payments would begin approximately 1 year after issuance. This appropriation is in addition to the $5,700,000 in bonding authority already approved by Article 3 of the 2020 town meeting. 3/5 ballot vote is required for approval. This is recommended by the Select Board 5-0. Ms. Belanger, did you wish to speak to this?
I would, thank you. So we all have access to our fact sheets, but I'm going to read just the funding part to remind people from the 2022 vote. In 2022, voters approved an appropriation of $5,700,000 for design and construction to be offset with a $1,050,000 congressional direct spending grant, $1,395,000 in state ARPA funds, and $325,500 in principal forgiveness through the Clean Water Rate Revolving Fund. So as a follow-up to that funding, last month we received our bids, and although some parts of the bids were lower, some parts were higher, so we're looking for additional funds to complete the funding of this project. And it just is for me to point out or remind people that it services our Portsmouth Avenue, Exeter Hospital, that area of town, and it's an important element to upgrading our infrastructure, which we are, really trying to stay on top of. And that's it for me. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Are there any questions or comments on this? Seeing none, this article will appear on the ballot without change. Is there a motion to restrict reconsideration? Ms. Belanger, thank you. Is there a second? Second. Mr. Papakonstantis. All in favor, please raise your voting cards and say aye. Aye. All opposed, raise your cards and say nay. The ayes have it. This article will not be reconsidered at this session. The next article is 7, Surface Water Treatment Plant Design Engineering, $500,000, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $500,000 for the purpose of design and engineering of a new surface water treatment plant, and to authorize the issuance of not more than $500,000 of bonds or notes in accordance with the provisions of the Municipal Finance Act, RSA 33, and further to authorize the Select Board to issue, negotiate, sell, and deliver such bonds or notes, and to determine the rate of interest thereon and the maturity and other items thereof, and further to authorize the Select Board to apply for, obtain, and accept federal, state, or other aid, if any, including principal forgiveness, which may become available for this project, and to comply with all laws applicable to such project, and further to authorize the Select Board to take any other action or pass any other vote relative thereto. Without impairing the general obligation nature of the bonds or notes, it is anticipated that debt service will be paid from the water fund. Bond payments would begin approximately 1 year after issue. 3/5 ballot vote required for approval, recommended by the Select Board, 5-0. Ms. Gilman, would you like to speak to that?
Yes, thank you. This article is much like the previous two that you've heard, where it's part of our infrastructure, or planned as part of our infrastructure to diversify our water, forget my words, water sources, thank you. Currently we have the mega large water, or too small I should say, water treatment plant on Portsmouth Avenue and the Larry Lane well out off Court Street. But we need to provide other options for example, when we have a series of drought years that we've had in the past, recent past. And we also need to, there's a limit to the capacity of the current water treatment plant. So if we diversify, these groundwater treatment plants need to treat the water less because they're percolating through soil first before they come into the, through chemicals to get rid of the ones that we don't want. And then they load into the system. So it's already pre-cleaned water. And I think this is further part of our infrastructure that we have to plan for. We have a couple of sites that we can try, and this would go forward to engineer and give us, or design and engineer a new source of water. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments on this article? Seeing none, this article will appear on the ballot without change. Is there a motion to restrict reconsideration of this article? Ms. Belanger, Ms. Gilman? Thank you. All in favor, please raise your cards. Say aye. Aye. All opposed, raise your cards and say nay. The ayes have it. Thank you very much. We are moving along. This is great. Next article, number 8. Excess construction proceeds, police vehicle purchase, $120,000, and principal payments on outstanding bond issues, $93,970.70. Is that correct? 70 cents? Okay. To see if the town will vote to authorize the expenditure of the unused portion of the bonds approved in 2011 for Great Dam design and water sewer line replacement, and in 2012 for wastewater treatment facility design and J.D. Hill utilities totaling $213,970.70. As follows: to raise and appropriate the sum of $120,000 for the purchase of 2 police vehicles per RSA 33:3-A, Roman 2. The remaining unused bond proceeds, which is $93,970.70, to be applied to the principal payment of the Great Dam removal bond issued in 2014. Estimated tax impact, none. Mr. Dean?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Actually, I think the warrant actually says $93,971 and $213,971. So instead of the cents, we'll substitute in the dollar there. Yes, so this article, it's before the body because in order to use excess bond proceeds from prior projects, we need to, and repurpose those proceeds, we need to come through town meeting to be able to do that. We had a couple of projects in prior years where we were authorized a certain amount of spending and we did the projects within budget. So we had a little bit of a surplus in either the water line, sewer line replacement project and the Great Dam design project. So we are asking the body here to appropriate, raise and appropriate the monies for a separate purpose, and the plan is for the purchase of 2 police vehicles for the police department, and also commit $93,971 to the principal payment on the Great Dam removal bond that we are still paying for. So that's why this article is on the warrant. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Are there questions? I see a gentleman here. Yes, state your name, please.
Andrew Elliott, Washington Street.
Thank you.
So, I applaud that you kept the project under budget. That's awesome. Thank you. But just generally speaking, the police cruisers usually come through the budget committee and the capital improvement fund, and I'd just like to get some clarification why we're trying to sort of put it into, like, use these funds rather than put these funds say into our unassigned fund or one of the other funds in town, or even pay down the principals to reduce our taxes rather than, get 2 new police cruisers. That we have a process for that in town. So could you clarify that, please?
Mr. Manager?
So when we do the budget, it's always a series of different questions and answers that go through the budget process. And essentially what this will do is it will allow us to buy 2 police cruisers without any tax impact. If the police cruisers were to come through the budget in the conventional sense, there would be a tax impact, and by virtue of funding them this way, there is no tax impact.
Thank you. Another person, your name and address, please.
Herb Moyer, 51 West Side Drive.
Thank you.
Just wondering when the Great Dam removal bonds will be paid off.
Mr. Manager, do you have an answer?
Yes. This is the last year of that bond.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there a question? Okay. And could you please put your So I'll read it, and then we'll get a second, and then you can talk more on it, okay? This would be to delete the phrase on the title, police vehicle purchase, $120,000, and to change the number following that to $213,971, and then to delete in the body of the article after the phrase follows, all of the words through RSA 33.3A Roman 2 and the words the remaining. So it will now read as follows. Unused bond proceeds, the new number would be $213,971 to be applied to the principal payment on the Great Dam removal bond issued in 2014, estimated tax impact none. So it would be having a single purpose for this payment rather than 2 purposes. Now, is there a second on this? And what is your name? Bob Pryor, thank you. All right, Mr. Elliott, did you want to speak on this?
Yeah, so I mean, we have a process in town to get new police vehicles, and you're allowed to vote on those capital improvement projects. I feel like we should be just paying down our debt rather than, taking money that they saved. Thank you for saving that money, but let's use it to pay down principals on some of our bonds and bring down our overall tax burden as a town. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak to this motion? I see Mr. Pryor sprinting to the microphone in the middle of the auditorium.
Thank you, Bob Pryor, Pickpocket Road. I've never sprinted in my life, Madam Moderator.
We'll get you roller skates.
Thank you. I have absolutely no problem in the proper process for allocating funds for additional police vehicles should they be necessary. I don't like the idea of this article circumventing that process, which is why I'm voting in favor of the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak? Chief? Thank you.
Thank you. I would just add some clarity. In 2023, we did not receive any police vehicles. That was because of the pandemic and the late arrival of some other police vehicles that we got. So we sought the due diligence to not put that in last year. It is the current history of the police department that we usually need two or three police cruisers every year. It usually alternates 2 to 3 to 2. And what we do is we replace our frontline cruisers and we knock those into another area of the department that do not have as much use needed. So these cars last quite a long time. And currently we have a 2008 Ford Taurus and a 2013 Ford Taurus, which will not pass inspection. These will not pass inspection. These are not first-line cruisers. They're further down. But what we do is we take a first-line cruiser that is in excess of 120,000 miles. We take it offline. Because I'll tell you this, I have worked at a police agency before where an emergency has come in, a domestic violence situation, and we run out to the car and the car didn't start. We do not want to have that happen here, and that's why we do our due diligence with making sure our frontline cruisers are the best that they can be. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to have the town manager respond, and then Mr. Kane.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I also wanted to point out that the debt payment on the Great Dam removal bond is $155,000, so that's 100% of that amount.
Thank you. Yes.
Eric Kane, Holly Court. I was going to ask a question towards that. If I understand the amendment, it's to put the entire $213,970 towards the Great Dam bond debt? Is that?
That is correct.
Okay. I thought Mr. Dean earlier said that the $93,970 was the final bond payment. I thought that. I thought he just said something different. So what I'm trying to avoid is, or I think we should all try to avoid, is an amendment that's going to allocate $210,000 to paying off a bond that has significantly less due on it. That's all.
Correct.
So how much is due on the bond, Mr. Dean?
There you go, Mr. Dean.
Mr. Dean says the principal due on the bond is $155,000. So we would use, in the article as it's contemplated, we would use $93,971 against that principal payment, as the article is contemplated.
But the amendment would change that. I think that's what you're pointing out, Mr. Kane.
Yes. So if I can ask a follow-up to Mr. Dean, what happens if this body allocates $213,970 to a payment, a bill that is only I use that word cautiously, $153,000.
Mr. Dean, can you respond to that?
The excess funds will sit there until we're back before you next year.
Okay.
For another question or another proposal.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, very good. Looks like we have someone coming to the mic. Yes, sir?
Paul Royal, 3 Pumpkin Circle. I get not wanting to go around possibly a regular process that we have, but I'm going to say on this one, I appreciate the imagination that we basically had a low interest loan paid off in advance for a couple of new cop cars that we need. And I kind of like them to show up at my house when I need them, or my neighbor's house, in cars that start. And I don't know if you've noticed, but I certainly have, just for myself and a number of friends that are in the business, car maintenance costs and repair costs have absolutely skyrocketed. It is going to change the way people buy cars, and it's probably going to change the way that towns buy cars. On this one, we're acting in advance. We get a great low interest loan on a couple of new cop cars we need. I appreciate the imagination that went into this amendment. Let's do it.
Thank you, sir. Yes.
Jerry Hamill, 28 Newfields Road. This is a very confusing one for me. Being on the budget committee for many years, I've never seen two things grouped into one article, two totally different things. And I'm not opposed to either one, but I just feel that they should have been separated out. I mean, and I don't know if this is the new thing we're doing, and I don't know what the logic behind that really was. And I know you want to pay off both the cruises and the loan, but I just felt that these should be separate. So I'm confused on what this is, why this was written this way. And so as far as the amendment, I mean, I could see the merits of the amendments because the whole thing is confusing. Thank you.
I think, just to clarify, I think this would be to use that money to purchase the two vehicles. I don't believe there's a loan on the vehicles. Is that correct? Okay. Mr. Manager?
Yes, I just wanted to say this is the process when there are excess proceeds. We do have to come back to the town to reappropriate those if we're going to use it for a different purpose, which is what this article speaks to. The other comment I would make is it's a single article because really you're dealing with a single amount of money. And you're spreading that money amongst two purposes. But again, this is the process. We need to come back to the town to ask for the permission to repurpose those proceeds.
Thank you. Mr. Chartrand?
Dan Chartrand, 63 J.D. Hill Avenue. I'm going to ask you to see my comments earlier. The great thing about this process is that it allows us all to come together and do this together. The downside is the inflexibility. If the amendment passes, we will have a police fleet that is not sufficient. And it would be wonderful if we had the flexibility to kind of make up for that. But for that reason, I'm going to vote no on the amendment, and I would urge the deliberative body to vote no as well.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Is there a comment in the center?
Yes. Chris Zigmont, Crestview Drive. Again, I want to appreciate the gentleman who put the amendment forward, but I do appreciate the effort to make use of funds that were previously made available to us and stretch our dollars. And I feel that the article as written provides enough transparency for voters to decide up or down whether they support that or not. So, you know, there's enough language in there that says what the dollars are doing, and if you support that and you feel that's a good use of funds, great. If you don't and you think it should go through the regular CAP process, it has full transparency in the warrant article, so I would not support the amendment.
Okay, other comments? I don't see any other comments, so we will have a vote on the amendment. I have to find my voter card. Okay. All of those in favor of the amendment that is before us, please raise your cards high and say aye. All of those against, raise your cards and say nay. The nays have it. Is there any further discussion or questions about this article? Yes.
Paul Friedrichs, 9 Newfields Road. Thank you for that nice discussion of the prior amendment. I think that, we're behaving as we should as a democratic body. I would like to make a different amendment similar to the previous one, but divides it such that we allot $153,000 to the payment of the Great Dam payoff and bring that down to zero, and leave $60,000 for the purchase of a police vehicle this year. And then I think it addresses the concerns of those of us about due process, about how this should be brought, and those of us who are facing $17 million for the police and fire complex, which I support, an additional $6 million for the sewer, and just say, hey, not all the same year. Thank you very much.
Okay, so if that's a motion, I'm going to have you, if you got it written, excellent. Okay. We have pens up front if anyone wants to start pre-writing their amendments. We have our finance director here who has corrected that the amount for payoff of the Great Dam bond is $155,000. Thank you, Mr. Stevens. So the amendment to Article 8 would change the dollar amount for the police vehicle purchase in the heading to $58,971. I haven't checked the math, but my clerk will do that. And change the dollar amount in the heading for payment on the outstanding bond issues to $155,000. Does that add up correctly, Madam Clerk? Mr. Finance Director? 58,971. Okay, that is correct. Thank you. You get an A in math. And then to change the dollar amounts in the body of the article from 120 for the 2 police vehicles to 58,971, and to change the dollar amount for the bond principal payment on the Great Dam removal bond to 155,000. Is there a second on that motion?
I should have brought out 2 police vehicles and left it at purchase of police vehicles. Number 2,
I will make that as a clerical change. Thank you. Police vehicles. So take out 2 and just leave it police vehicles. Thank you. Is there a second on that motion? Second. And that is Mr. Pryor. Thank you. Would someone wish to speak to this? Or do we feel we've discussed the concept enough? Seeing no one wishing to speak. This man is actually sprinting to the microphone.
My name is Chris Scales. I live in Cragmere Heights. So I have a question. If we vote to increase the amount of the unused bond proceeds applied to the principal of the Great Dam project, wasn't paying off that bond already in the budget for 2024? So what would happen to those unused budgeted funds that we're now applying to this warrant article?
Such a good question. Is there someone who can speak to that? We're having a brief caucus. Mr. Dean.
The basic answer to that question is that any surplus funds in the budget would fall to fund balance. So that's what would occur. It would become part of the town's year-end surplus for the general fund.
And just to clarify further for other folks who may not know, what can the town do with surplus funds at year end if there is a surplus balance?
Surplus funds can either be reappropriated by town meeting, or they can be used to lower the tax rate when the tax rate is set.
Thank you very much. Any other comments on this? Okay, so we have a motion. Do you want me to state it again, or do you think you have it in mind? You got it? Okay, all those in favor of this motion, raise your cards and say aye. Aye. I think we're going to need to count them again. Thank you. One five, okay. How many, Mr. 24? 24. Okay, so that looks like 39. If my math is correct, yes. All those? 49. I was an English major. 49. Got it, thank you. Okay, so I got 49. Is that right? 14? 24. That's 39. Who's trying to mess with my math? You've got 14? 14. 24. 38. That's the number. Okay, good. All opposed, please raise your cards and say nay. Nay. Let's count them. $22 from Mr. Scales. 21. Okay, that is 41. So the nays prevail. 43. Good God, it's getting late. Okay, thank you. 43. Thank you. The nays have it. Is there another discussion, comment, question on this article? Repeat the motion. You're forgetting the motion that you're voting for. Okay. Well, we're done with that one, but I'll read them again the next time around. I asked whether folks wanted it. I heard a sort of a stunned silence. So, okay. Going forward, this is my plan. Once we get through this article, we have the operating budget, which is kind of the big fish. I'd like to get through the operating budget, and then if we need to take a break, I'm happy to do a break. Does that sound acceptable to the meeting? Yes? Okay, so we're going to power through this. Is there any more in the way of comments or amendments to this Article 8?
Sally Ward, 72 Park Street, and I just had a clarification question about the process. My question is, was this request, which is needed by the police department, part of the budget recommendation process? And was it deliberated at that time? And was there a yay or a nay? And I just want an understanding of how we got to this 2 police.
Sure. I'm not sure who's the best person to respond to that. They're caucusing. Thank you. Mr. Dean.
Right. So as part of the budget process, we did interface with the committee and let them know that we did pull these out of the budget to be funded in this manner, and that is what we did.
Thank you. So it sounds like they had been in the budget initially, and then the method for funding them was changed to using these funds. Okay. Does that help, Ms. Ward? Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Okay. Seeing none, the article will appear without amendment. Is there a motion for reconstruction? Restriction of reconsideration. Thank you. All in favor, please raise your cards and say aye. Aye. All opposed, please say nay and raise your cards. The ayes have it. No further reconsideration of this. Thanks very much. Okay, now we're getting to the big one, which is, we skip over Article 9, which is choosing town officers. No debate, no amendments. Article 10 is the 2024. Yes, ma'am.
We do have a slate for the Budget Recommendations Committee and where.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Oh, I forgot about the measure of bark. So, yes, thank you. Okay.
And the fence.
Okay, thank you.
Do you want to do them all at one time for Bible, or do you want to break up BRC?
I guess the question is, do people get to change this?
They could.
Okay, so
I'm
why
going
don't
to
we do it
nominate.
as a slate, because otherwise we vote.
So all of them.
Yeah.
You've got. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Moderator. I'd like to nominate the following to be appointed to the Budget Recommendations Committee: Bob Kelly, Elizabeth Canada, Anthony Swan, Anna Grazier, Andrew Elliott, Amanda Kelly, Judy Rowan, Christine Suter, Christopher Zigmont, James Darden Reeves, and I nominate Doug Eastman to be appointed as the fence viewer. I further nominate Doug Eastman to be appointed as measurer of wooden bark. And lastly, I nominate Jay Perkins to be the town weigher. Thank you.
Are there any comments or questions on that slate? Oh, I thought there was going to be a comment. I'm so disappointed. Okay, seeing none, we will move on. And now we will get to the Article 10, which is the 2024 operating budget. Shall the town of Exeter raise and appropriate as an operating budget, not including appropriations by special warrant articles and other appropriations voted separately, the amounts set forth on the budget posted with the warrant or as amended by vote of the first session, for the purposes set forth therein, totaling $22,860,862. Should this article be defeated, the default budget would be $22,572,676, which is the same as last year, with certain adjustments required by previous action of the town of Exeter or by law, or the governing body may hold one special meeting in accordance with RSA 40:13, Roman 10, and Roman 16 to take up the issue of a revised operating budget only. Estimated tax impact, 29 cents for $1,000 of assessed property value or $29 per $100,000 of assessed property value. A majority vote is required and it's recommended by the Select Board 5-0. Manager Dean?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. This is the budget for the upcoming year, FY24. We do have a budget presentation for you, and we'll get into the first slide. So the town budget and warrant process starts in August, and the town departments prepare the preliminary budget and submit it to the town manager's office. In September, the manager presents that budget to both the select board, and then it is forwarded along to the Budget Recommendations Committee. The Budget Recommendations Committee takes the budget and meets in October and November, deliberates on every line item in the budget, and makes recommendations back to the select board. the select board take that product and further work on it, and it becomes ultimately the budget that's presented to the budget hearing in January, and then is forwarded on in its final form to deliberative session today. And we'll vote on this budget on March 12th, 2024, with the polls open 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. There are 3 separate operating budget warrant articles: the general fund, the water fund, and the sewer fund. These are all set in statute under RSA 4013. Each operating budget has its own default budget, and that is, if the budget article is voted down, the default budget goes into effect. And there are CIP financial articles that stand alone and as a separate vote on the warrant, as you've seen today at the meeting. The budget is submitted to the DRA on approved forms, and that's what you're looking at today. And we posted the warrant on January 29th, and that is the public warning of the warrant. So just a little bit about the recent town general fund budget history. The FY23 budget was $21,326,280, and the tax rate, the most recent tax rate, is $6.23 per thousand. And the town levy, or the town share of the tax levy, is about 23%. So everything you see here that is town service related in your tax bill makes up about 23% of that tax bill. So we think there's a high level of services that are provided by the smaller portion of the bill. The rest of the bill is state education tax, local education funding, and county tax. For the FY24 budget, we're requesting $22,860,862. That is a 7.2% increase, or $1.534,582 over the FY23 approved budget. And this includes all of our town services, so general government, financial administration, planning, building, economic development, police, fire, EMS, communications, health, the DPW general fund budget, administration, highways and streets, snow removal, solid waste, street lights, stormwater, DPW maintenance, the DPW town buildings, utilities, maintenance and projects, the DPW mechanics garage, also welfare human service agency funding, parks and recreation, other culture and recreation, public library, debt service and capital, and benefits and taxes. So the largest 3 departments are police, fire, EMS, and DPW. They make up approximately 63.8% of, or 64.2% of the total town general fund operating budget. In terms of wages, we are looking at a step adjustment of 3% plus a cost of living of 2% for eligible non-union employees. And then we have union contracts settled through 2024 and 2025 with a 2.5% step and a 2% COLA in FY24. On the benefit side, our health insurance has increased 10% for all plans, and our employee contributions vary by unit in terms of what they contribute. It varies from 14% to 15% to 17% depending upon which plan they take. The retirement costs are factored into the budget. Group 1 employees, who are everybody but police and fire, are 13.53% of payroll. Group 2 employees are 31.28% of payroll for police and 30.35% of payroll for fire. And Group 1 participates in Social Security, Group 2 does not. So these are some of the budgetary adjustments and changes in the budget. I'll just go through them as expeditiously as I can. The Select Board, the special expense increase of $1,500 to $5,000. In the town manager budget, there's a new town manager contract. You may have read about that. The senior executive assistant position is now budgeted 100% in the town manager budget in lieu of a split of 84 and 16% between the town manager and welfare budget. So this budget proposes a new part-time position for welfare administration. Welfare has become quite a complicated endeavor over the last few years. We're seeing an uptick in homelessness situations and just in terms of a general complexity of an operation. So we felt it was important to break that off into a separate position for the future. Information technology, there are a few line item increases. Media communications is a new budget for FY24, and that budget includes the former IT EXTV technician position reclassified to a media communications coordinator. So the total budget, including expenses, is $65,691 for that. The town clerk, there's an increase in the health insurance budget. The town clerk's office actually has 2 vacancies right now that we're looking to fill. So if anybody's interested, let the town clerk know. She's right here. So we've had to up that budget to account for changes in health insurance should we need a family plan for a new employee. Elections, there are 4 elections in FY24 versus 1 in FY23. So the elections budget increases to accommodate that. Moving ahead in finance, there's an increase in audit fees, and the comment on that is simply that we're seeing inflation hit our budgets in different expense categories. So a lot of our contracted services, we're definitely seeing an uptick percentage-wise in what the town is paying for that. We've got an increase in GASB reporting requirements in finance and an increase in our software agreement. The treasurer budget is level funded. The tax collection budget has an increase in postage, also an increase in lien deed searches, and there's a reclassification of the deputy tax collector position to better reflect the duties and responsibilities of that position. In assessing, we've increased the contract assessor services and an increase in the mapping budget, and we've also increased the postage budget for revaluation. There's an increase in the revaluation budget as well of almost $10,000, and that is due to a legal settlement with Riverwoods where we have agreed to have an independent appraiser as part of that process to value the property. Moving on to planning and economic development and building, that budget is up $15,714 or 5.5%. That's planning. The economic development budget is increases in wages and benefits and some expense line items. The building and code enforcement budget, we've actually reduced the part-time position of electrical inspector there because we have had quite a few issues trying to fill that position. And we've increased the contracted services with the idea that we would get a contracted service to fulfill that responsibility. The Conservation Commission budget is reduced. And then we have a few budgets that are our land use boards, the ZBA, the Historic District Commission, and the Heritage Commission, and those are all small amounts. In the police budget, the part-time wages are increased to $80,522. That's for police prosecutor services, and contracted services by comparison are reduced $35,000. So that's an offset to the new part-time police prosecutor. It's a retired police detective who's now doing the part-time prosecution for the town. Health insurance budget in police is up 19.2%. Again, that's not just the 10% increase, but it can be a change in plans as well. And then the police equipment purchase increase, there's a fuel increase, general expense increase, and a software agreement increase. Again, mostly inflationary items. The police overall budget increase is up 6.5%. In fire, the health insurance increase is 18.2%. There is a corresponding retirement decrease of $15,147. Fire expenses, command and supplies are increased $1,500. There's an increase for IT support, a contracted item. There's a dues increase of $1,396. Fire prevention supplies increase of $1,157. Fuel increase of $1,199. And then there's a hydrant maintenance fee that traditionally has been paid by the fire budget, but it's been reallocated to a hydrant budget on a town-wide basis, and that's an initiative that we took on this year as part of our overall water sewer rate study. The fire overall budget increase is 3.5%. The dispatch, the health insurance increase is 63.9% or $41,018. Again, that represents plan changes and benefit increases. The dispatch overall budget increase is 9.5%. For fire health budget, there's a reduction in health insurance due to a change in personnel of $26,185. The overall budget decrease, 15.8% or $24,360. In public works, in administration and engineering, there's an increase in full-time wages, reclassifications, hire of our new DPW director, who is with us today, Steve Cronin. Full year funding of the GIS technician position, and overall budget increase, the overall budget increase for admin and engineering is $115,015 or 25.1%. Again, that includes the full year of the GIS technician position. DPW highways and streets, full-time wage increases of $39,920. There's a reduction in health insurance, an increase in tree maintenance to address some of the tree committee initiatives that we've had in this year's budget. The asphalt reclamation fund is reduced by $5,000, and the overall general expense increase is $27,535 for highways and streets. In highway road paving, we've reduced it to $550,000 with additional paving in 2024 to be funded through state aid that has been previously received. So the town has access to road aid from the state, which we plan to use for paving. In DPW highway, further culvert replacement, there's a reduction of $5,000. DPW snow and ice budget is mainly level from FY23. The solid waste budget is an increase of $73,500. That's an increase in the disposal recycling contract. There's a reduction in brush grinding because we're doing one less brush grinding operation at the transfer station than as compared to FY23. And there's an increase in landfill monitoring because those costs are going up. That's contracted engineering services that takes care of that for us. And the overall increase in solid waste is $84,905 or 6% over FY23. Both street lights and stormwater are a level funded budget. We move on to DPW maintenance. Full-time wages reduced by $47,830, a reduction of one full-time position. That is the HVAC plumber. Again, we've had, because of the challenging labor market we've been in, we've had trouble hiring for that position, so we have taken it out of this budget. Doesn't mean it won't be back in a subsequent budget, but for this year, we've taken it out. There's a reduction in health insurance of $11,177, a reduction in the fire safety expense budget from $18,000 to $15,000. That's a $3,000 reduction, and that's due to the fact that we've reviewed that program and established a more appropriate level of funding. Town buildings are basically level from FY23. That's our utility. Those are our utility budgets. The maintenance projects budget, which are your smaller capital items, that's $100,000, same as FY23. The garage wages are up 5%. Those are our mechanics in the garage at 13 Newfields Road. And then the overall budget increase for the garage is 5.4%. I referenced welfare and human services a moment ago, so we have increased the part-time wages $39,651 for a part-time welfare human services administrator position. That's 9 months of funding at 30 hours per week, so we hope to be able to fill that in FY24. The Human Service Agency funding, we have a Human Services Funding Committee that reviews all of the agency requests. They've done that, and they've recommended a budget of $98,325 for FY24, which is a slight reduction from FY23. Parks and Recreation is up $45,856 or 11.7% over FY23. The Parks budget is up because of an increase in contracted services to do more field maintenance, and full-time wages and benefits have increased. And the total FY24 Parks budget increase is $28,467 or 12.8% over FY23. Other culture and recreation is the same as FY23 except for veterans activities. We've added $500 to that account, and the total FY24 budget is $34,500. And then the library budget is an increase of $13,369 or 1.1%. The total FY24 budget, $1,185,689. Moving on to debt service. The debt service in the general fund, this is one of our larger increases, $571,684, 38.2%. The total budget is $2,069,272. The projects include on the increase the solar array to be built on the Crossroad landfill, the intersection improvements program, West Side Drive design and construction library renovation addition, which we're paying for, Epping Road, road and water tank project, and Lincoln Street project phase 1 and 2. Those are the major capital projects that make up the bulk of our debt service budget in the general fund. You will hear later on about a revolving fund that we are looking to establish for the solar array, which it'll end up taking the debt service off the general fund and reassigning it to that revolving fund. But we'll talk about that a little bit later under Article 21. General government, there's an increase of $100,000 to account for a fire protection fee That's the general fund portion of support of the fire suppression system, supported by the public water system. So a chargeback. The general fund vehicle replacement lease, the FY24 budget of $248,495. That's a reduction of $19,771, and that's to pay for current lease purchases that have already been approved by this body at prior meetings. Then the general fund townwide expenses, those include workers' compensation, our health buyout program, which is a program that offers employees 30% of the savings if they opt out of our health insurance program, unemployment, property liability insurance, and the total FY24 budget for that is $528,434, and that's a 5.1% increase over the FY23 budget of $502,966. So there you have your total FY24 general fund budget, $22,860,862. And we'll move on to, that is just the breakdown of the lines. We can go to the next slide. That's the pie chart that shows the percentages. Then we'll get into a little bit of revenues. Those are our main sources of general fund revenue you see there. Basically, 6 to 7 categories of revenue between motor vehicle registration fees, meals and rooms tax, local distribution, building permits, blue bag solid waste fees, other department income, the highway block grant aid, and then prior year fund balance, which we alluded to earlier in the conversation. And we're looking at total revenues applicable to budget of $8.872 million against the budget of $22.86 million to result in a total taxes estimated to be raised by the budget of $13,988,547. And then you can see the taxes raised by the FY23 budget of $13,229,888. So we'll move on to the default budget. That is essentially the budget that's enacted if the operating budget does not pass. And the default budget in this year's presentation is $22,572,676. And the default budget definition is set by law. So when we put together the default budget, it is done in accordance with that. It is basically the prior year budget reduced and increased by debt service contracts and other obligations previously incurred or mandated by law. So we'll look at the default budget in terms of the comparison to the operating budget. You can see the delta there. It is $288,186 differential between the two. And if we can go to the next slide, the proposed budget, as stated earlier, is a 7.2% increase. The default budget is a 5.84% increase. So the distance between those two represents the operating and default variance. The FY24 budget operating tax impact is 29 cents per thousand of assessed valuation. The default budget impact is 12 cents per thousand of assessed valuation. And then overlay and veterans credits are actually added to the bottom line of the town tax rate. They're not included in the budget because they're not appropriated, but they are a cost that we include in the rate, and that's set by law. And that represents about 21 cents of the $6.23 current tax rate. So about 21 cents of that is overlay for abatements and veterans credits. And the 2023 tax rate, as stated, was $6.23. This budget tax rate projection, including the overlay and veterans credits, would be $6.73. I'll talk about this for a little bit. This assumes a 1% increase in net taxable valuation to the town, but FY24 is a revaluation year. So I will tell you that our latest assessment ratios are 64% of market. So that is obviously property values are destined to increase substantially in FY24. So these calculations have to be done based on the current valuation of the town, but the overall town valuation is going to increase somewhere between 55 and 65% on order magnitude for assessments in order to get us closer to the 90% to 110% we need to be equitable every 5 years, which is the state requirement. So that is the general fund, Madam Moderator, and if there are questions, we can take those. Otherwise, I'll turn it back to you.
Thank you. That was very comprehensive. Are there questions or comments on the budget? I see none. Seeing none, that will appear on, I'm going to give you your papers back, on the ballot without changes. Is it the sense of the meeting that folks would like to have, say, a 5-minute recess, or do we wish to power on through? All in favor of a recess, give me a yay. All in favor of powering through, give me a yay. Oh, enthusiasm, I love it. Okay, we are going to power through the rest of this. Thank you. Okay. Do we wish to have a motion for reconsideration of this warrant article? Mr. Chartrand? Mr. Belanger? Ms. Belanger? Thank you. Okay, all in favor of restricting reconsideration on the operating budget, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. The ayes have it. This will not be reconsidered this evening. Okay, Article 11, 2024 Water Fund Budget. Shall the Town of Exeter raise and appropriate as a water operating budget, not including appropriations by special warrant articles and other appropriations voted separately, the amounts set forth on the budget posted with the warrant or as amended by vote of the first session for the purposes set forth therein, totaling $4,962,773. Should this article be defeated, the water default budget shall be $4,828,764, which is the same as last year with certain adjustments required by previous action of the Town of Exeter or by law. A majority vote is required, recommended by the Select Board 5-0. Is there anyone that wishes, Town Manager, did you wish to speak to this?
So I'll be brief. The water and sewer budgets have their separate articles, as I stated earlier. The water budget this year is a 9.09% increase over the 2023 budget, and the default budget is a 6.14% increase over the 2023 budget. The water fund basically breaks down into several programs, 6 programs: administration, which is the overhead charged back to the water and sewer funds, including property and liability insurance and the public notices budget. We have water billing, which includes the water sewer billing operations. We have a water billing operation and a sewer billing operation, so we break that cost up into the 2 funds equally. Water distribution, that includes the distribution system personnel, system maintenance, tank maintenance contracts, meter replacements, natural gas and electric costs of pump station maintenance. The FY24 budget has a reduction in system maintenance, and also our tank maintenance contracts are maturing, so we're actually reducing those down a little bit, and the electricity budget is down. In water treatment, that includes operating and maintenance costs for the surface and groundwater treatment plants, lagoon cleaning, equipment maintenance, lab supplies and equipment, software licenses, chemicals, natural gas, and electricity to run the plants. This year's budget includes 1 new water operator at 7 months funding, and we're also looking at making the water treatment supervisor a part-time position. We're anticipating a retirement there, so that's why that change is being recommended. In debt service, the debt service budget for the water fund is $1,640,513, and that's for debt payments on major capital projects, and that includes the Epping Road water tank, Salem Street Utilities project, which we alluded to earlier, the Larry Lane groundwater plant, the Washington Street water line replacement, groundwater surface water assessment bond, and groundwater source development. Also includes West Side Drive design and construction. And the final budget capital outlay, those are all water system capital needs that we identify in our capital improvement program, and that includes changing out the filters and clarifiers at the water treatment plant, the surface water plant, and the groundwater plant, and Larry Lane well rehabilitation and stadium well rehab. River pump station pump replacement is also included in that budget, and the total budget's $590,250. So this is your public water system budget for FY24.
Thank you very much. Are there questions or comments from anyone? I see Mr. Moyer proceeding to the microphone.
Just a point of information. Our church is doing a social justice study this year on water issues like we did last year on forest and tree issues. And that prompted me to look at my water bills over the past 10 years. And just as an FYI, we're a two-person household. We do have some gardens. And our water sewer bill has increased 226% over that 10-year period. So that's an average of 22.6% per year over that 10 years. Just information. Thank you.
So are there some projects that have contributed to that increase, Mr. Manager?
So when you look at your water and sewer bill over the years, you will definitely see an increase in the bill. I can't speak to 226%. That's a number I'd have to scrub and kind of look at an individual's case. We have raised water and sewer rates over the years. We've had to do that because we've had a number of infrastructure projects, including the groundwater plant, which I referenced earlier at Larry Lane on the water side, and then the brand new wastewater facility, which was a $54 million project. So when you include all of those projects and also the in-the-ground infrastructure that we're doing, the water pipe replacement, the sewer mains replacement, and so forth, water sewer rates have definitely gone up. I did sort of an anecdotal back of the envelope. I can remember I live in town. I live at 8 Riverbend Circle, so I pay water and sewer rates as well. And I can remember my bill back in 2010 being order of magnitude maybe $175 per quarter for water and sewer, and now it's about $380. So again, that's just a relative comment on another water sewer bill. It's not a 226% rate increase. It definitely is an increase. But again, it relates back to the investments that we've been doing in our water and sewer infrastructure to keep it up over the years when prior to 2000, my tenure started in 2005, and I can say pretty steadily prior to 2005, the town wasn't doing a lot. And also the other thing I'd mention is that regulations have changed considerably in the past 10 years. On water and sewer. And so, as you know, we've built a new wastewater plant that has to treat for nitrogen, which is a very costly exercise and environmentally conscious exercise. And also our water plants, our groundwater plant is now, the bond is in its, I believe its 12th year of being paid back, so we're still paying that debt service on the bond. The most recent water and sewer rate increases were established by the board back in October. They go into effect January of this year, and they are 15% on the water side and then 4% on the sewer side. So,
And I just want to be clear, my comments were not a critique of any projects we've had. I was on the Water Sewer Advisory Board years ago, but I just wanted to note that things are getting much more costly. As another quick example, Metamucil has doubled its cost in the past 3 months.
Okay, Mr. Moyer, we're going to cut you off right there. Thank you. Now, barring any further comments along that line, are there other folks who would like to speak to this? Hearing none. I'm sorry, is there someone? Okay. Hearing none, then this article will go on the ballot without change. Is there a motion for restriction of reconsideration? Ms. Belanger? Second. Mr. Papakonstantis, thank you. All in favor, please raise your cards and say aye. Aye. All opposed, raise your cards and say nay. The ayes have it. We're not going to reconsider the water fund budget. Okay, moving on to the 2024 sewer fund budget. Shall the town of Exeter raise and appropriate as a sewer operating budget, not including appropriations by special warrant articles and other appropriations voted separately, the amount set forth on the budget posted with the warrant, or as amended by vote of the first session, for the purposes set forth therein, totaling $7,490,430. Should this article be defeated, the default budget shall be $7,569,284, which is the same as last year with certain adjustments required by previous action of the town of Exeter or by law. Majority vote required, recommended by the Select Board, 5-0. Mr. Manager?
So like the water budget, the sewer budget is broken up into 6 programs. Again, administration, sewer billing, sewer collection, which includes the collection system personnel, and sewer treatment, which includes the operation and maintenance costs for the wastewater facility. And that includes 6 full-time operators, including 1 new operator. DES has done an audit of the facility and has recommended a new operator for FY24. for 7 months. And then we have an equipment maintenance reduction in that budget of $47,500, and then a reduction in chemicals of $30,000 and a reduction in electricity of $30,000. And we look at those budgets every year and reassess those based upon usage, and we're able to reduce those for FY24. Debt service payments are on major capital projects. The bulk of the sewer fund. Debt service is the wastewater treatment facility bond, which we'll be paying for some years. Lagoon sludge removal, the Salem Street project again, the sewer portion of that, Lincoln Street improvements, and West Side Drive design and construction. So the FY24 budget there is $4,192,568. Then on the capital outlay side, the town meeting last year approved a Vector truck lease purchase for a new Vector truck. We did buy that, and we're in the process of paying that down. And the air compressor replacement and wastewater treatment facility flume epoxy coating project are part of the capital outlay budget, $170,906. So there you go.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions or comments on the sewer fund budget? Seeing none, that will appear on the warrant without change. Is there a motion for restricting reconsideration of this warrant article? Ms. Belanger, Mr. Papakonstantis, thank you. All in favor, raise your cards and say aye. Aye. All opposed, raise your cards and say nay. The ayes have it. No more reconsideration of this. Thank you very much. Okay, moving on to Article 13. This is Planet Playground, $595,000, to see if the town will raise and appropriate through special warrant article the sum of $595,000 for the purpose of purchase and installation of a new Planet Playground, including equipment, at the town recreation park at 4 Hampton Road. Approximately $297,500 of this appropriation will be funded by a Land Water Conservation Fund, LWCF grant. This sum to come from unassigned fund balance. Estimated tax impact none, no amount to be raised by taxation. The Select Board has designated this as a special warrant article. Majority vote required, recommended by the Select Board 5-0. Is there someone who would like to speak to this? Ms. Belanger?
Oh, excuse me. Sorry, everyone. Hi again. So I'm happy to say that we just recently purchased the property that the Planet Playground sits on. So as far as I'm concerned, that's a huge plus for this. Our current Planet Playground is very popular, and it gets used a lot. It's 25 years old. It's a large wooden structure, and it is now starting to splinter and break up. So we've known it needed to be replaced. The wear and tear, it takes a toll on the playground. Elements of the current playground have had to be removed for safety purposes, and standards have changed on our playground, and Parks and Rec has done a great job most recently with the Park Street Common playground, and they've added elements for ADA, which I feel is very important. We've recently had a report on how we can improve ADA accessible areas in our town, and I think this is a huge plus when we replace this playground to have those elements added into it that aren't there now for people with disability issues. And thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments on this article? Yes.
Judy Rowan, 33 Prentice Way. Nancy, you said that the town just recently purchased the land. Could you describe the process and how that was funded?
Thank you for that question. I think our town manager will answer that. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. So the town was offered the land under the playground by the owners of the nursing home adjacent to the Planet Playground. And the cost of that was $50,000, the agreed upon price, and that was funded through ARPA. So we paid for it through ARPA funds.
Thank you. May we get more ARPA type funding so we can do more locally?
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, this will appear on the ballot without change. Is there a motion to restrict reconsideration? Ms. Belanger and Mr. Papakonstantis. All in favor, raise your cards and say aye. All opposed, raise your cards and say nay. The ayes have it. We will not reconsider this. Thank you very much. Article 14, Clean Water State Revolving Fund Loan, Water Streat Stormwater, $100,000, to see if the town will authorize the Select Board to enter into a loan agreement of no more than $100,000 through the New Hampshire Department of Environmental Services Clean Water State Revolving Loan Fund for the purpose of developing a replacement plan for Water Street stormwater infrastructure. The loan will provide up to $100,000 principal forgiveness. Therefore, no repayment of the loan will be required. A 3/5 vote is required, recommended by the Select Board 5-0. I don't know if anyone needs to speak to this. It's sort of self-evident. Are there any questions? Okay, moving on. Is there a motion? This will not be changed, so it will appear on the warrant as printed. Is there a motion to restrict reconsideration? Thank you. All in favor of restricting reconsideration, raise your cards and say aye. Aye. All opposed, raise your cards and say nay. The ayes have it. Thank you. Moving on to Article 15, appropriate to sick leave trust fund $100,000. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $100,000 to be added to the sick leave expendable trust fund previously established. The sum to come from the unassigned fund balance. Estimated tax impact none. No amount to be raised by taxation. Majority vote required, recommended by the Select Board 5-0. Are there any questions from any of the voters on this? Hearing none. No motions. This article will appear on the ballot as printed. Is there a motion to restrict reconsideration? Okay, thank you very much. I'll take that. Belanger is making the motion and Papakonstantis doing the second. Thank you. All in favor of restricting reconsideration on this article, raise your cards and say aye. Aye. All opposed, raise your cards and say nay. The ayes have it. Article 16, appropriate to Capital Reserve Fund Parks Improvements $75,000. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $75,000 to be added to the Parks Improvement Capital Reserve Fund previously established. Estimated tax impact 3 cents per thousand assessed property value, $3.34 per $100,000 of assessed property value. Majority vote required, recommended by the Select Board 4-1. Are there any questions from voters or comments on this? Seeing none, it will appear on the ballot without change. Is there a motion to restrict reconsideration? Ms. Belanger. Okay. Second? Mr. Papakonstantis. Thank you. All in favor, raise your cards and say aye. Aye. All opposed, raise your cards and say nay. The reconsideration has been restricted for this article. Moving along to Article 17, appropriate to non-capital reserve fund snow and ice deficit $50,000. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $50,000 to be added to the snow and ice deficit non-capital reserve fund previously established. This sum to come from the unassigned fund balance, estimated tax impact none, no amount to be raised by taxation. Majority vote required, recommended by the Select Board 5-0. Are there any questions or comments from voters? Seeing none, this article will appear on the ballot without change. Is there a motion to restrict reconsideration? Ms. Belanger, a second. Mr. Papakonstantis, all in favor, please raise your cards and say aye. Aye. All opposed, raise your cards and say nay. The ayes have it. No more reconsideration of Article 17. Article 18, appropriate to Capital Reserve Fund ADA Fund $50,000. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $50,000 to be added to the ADA Capital Reserve Fund previously established. Estimated tax impact 2 cents per thousand assessed property value, $2.21 per $100,000 assessed property value. Majority vote required. Recommended by the Select Board 5-0. Are there any questions or comments from any voters? Seeing none, this article will appear on the ballot without change. Is there a motion to restrict reconsideration? Ms. Belanger. And a second. Mr. Papakonstantis, thank you. All in favor, raise your cards and say aye. Aye. All opposed, raise your cards and say nay. The ayes have it. No reconsideration of Article 18. Article 19, appropriate to trust fund Swasey Parkway $3,500. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $3,500 to be added to the Swasey Parkway Expendable Trust Fund previously established. This sum to come from unassigned fund balance. This amount is equivalent to the amount of permit fees collected during 2023 for use of the Swasey Parkway. Estimated tax impact none. No amount to be raised by taxation. Majority vote required. Recommended by the Select Board 5-0. Any questions or comments from voters? I see a comment or a question. Thank you.
Mary Teagle, Union Street. Clarification, is this a proposal to let out the supervision of this fund to an outside contractor?
I think someone on our board can answer that. I believe that we have funds that come in for the use of the property that then go into another fund that is also managed by the town, the Swasey Parkway Expendable Trust Fund, which is also a town fund for use for park maintenance. I'm seeing some nods over there.
So I'll clarify my question. Would the town continue to supervise and oversee the use, the management of these funds, or would that function of supervising be contracted out?
So are you talking about, there's a subsequent article that deals with trustees of the trust funds being under a financial advisor's recommendations? Is that what you're speaking to?
The second line, Capital Reserve Fund Investment Services. Is that a town function or an outside contractor?
So I think you're on the wrong, we're on Article 19, which is Swasey Parkway.
Okay, well, I'll just expand it. Is this still subject to town review, or does some of the supervision get contracted out?
So correct me if I'm wrong, I believe it's the trustees of Swasey Parkway that do the expenditure of the funds that are in this expendable trust fund. So the fees are for use of the parkway, they go into the town fund at the end of the year. All the funds that have been accumulated from those fees are transferred to the trustees of the Swasey Parkway to use for essentially maintenance, landscaping, et cetera, as I understand it.
Okay, thanks. I'm just in favor of the town being in charge of the supervision of the funds.
So it's the trustees of the Swasey
Parkway. Yeah, that's good. That's good enough for me.
Alrighty.
Outside contractors are subject to, we can't, who supervises the outside contractors?
Okay, so now we've answered your question.
Yeah, so thank you.
Okay, good. Any other questions on that? Seeing none, this article will appear without change. Is there a motion to restrict reconsideration? Ms. Belanger, is there a second? Ms. Gilman, woo, changing it up. All in favor, raise your cards and say aye. Aye. All opposed, raise your cards and say nay. The ayes have it. We will not reconsider Article 19. Now we're moving into Article 20, adopt investment services for capital reserve funds. To see if the town will vote pursuant to RSA 35:9-a-Roman 2 to authorize the trustees of trust funds to pay for capital reserve fund investment services and any other expenses incurred from capital reserve funds income. Such authority shall remain in effect until rescinded by vote of the town. No vote to rescind the authority shall occur within 5 years of the original adoption of this article. Estimated tax impact none. No amount to be raised by taxation. Majority vote required. Recommended by Select Board 5-0. Mr. Papakonstantis, did you wish to speak to this?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. This is a very exciting warrant article, and before I speak to it for just a few minutes, I'd like to recognize our elected trustees of the trust funds who over the last year have really worked incredibly hard to bring this first before the select board and now before you. The trustees of the trust fund over the last year have been working to update the investment policy, investing in a diversified range of assets that have a greater potential for growth and stronger protection against inflation. Now, under state law, this type of policy change requires hiring an investment advisor. This practice is widespread in New Hampshire, as approximately 90 towns and cities, according to the AG's office, have hired investment advisors. Trust fund trustees in 17 of our neighboring or nearby towns and cities have investment advisors whose fees have been approved by voters to come from public trust funds' income investment fees, which will be paid from annual income and not principal. The trustees' prospective investment advisor, Three Bearings Fiduciary Advisors of Hampton, was selected after a robust and competitive source selection process over the last few months. This investment advisor, Three Bearings, already has 35 municipal clients, among which are the trust fund trustees of 12 nearby towns and cities, including Hampton, Brentwood, East Kingston, Kingston, Kensington, and others. At least 5 other Seacoast, New Hampshire towns and cities, including Stratham, Durham, Newcastle, Portsmouth, and Dover, also have investment advisors. Of the 6 cooperative school district towns, only Exeter and SAU 16 presently are without an investment advisor. The Select Board voted unanimously to recommend this to you, the voters, and we hope that you'll consider voting. We also have members of the trustees of the trust fund here for specific questions over their process. Thank you, Madam Moderator.
Thank you very much. Is there someone who would like to speak to this? Yes, you're at the microphone? No, okay.
Because Mary Teagle, Union
Yes.
Street. I was on the wrong one last time, as you pointed out. My concern is who supervises the supervisors. So my question right now would be, for how long have these other towns used the selected investment advisor? So that's one. And then two, being a cynic somewhat, if it proves in the future that the investment advising service for profit has a problem, is there some kind of like escape clause? A problem would be seriously not doing a good job, or at worst case scenario, breaking the law or a policy. Is there an escape clause? I see that 5 years.
So I think the question is sort of a mechanical one about the selection and retention of the investment advisor. Is that correct?
That's correct. But the spirit of it goes back to
so I just
looking for the town's best interest.
Correct. So we're going to pause there, and we're going to ask someone who is knowledgeable about this to speak to it. I'm not sure who the best person is. I know we have someone from the trustee of the trust funds who's worked on this, and we also have members up here. Who would like to address this?
I can address the first part of the question is.
Okay, you need to. I'm sorry. It's you, you're who you are, Nico Papakonstantis. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. The first part of the answer is that your elected officials, the trustees of the trust fund, will be supervising the investment advisor. And can everyone hear me?
Yes. Yeah, you're on.
And then, respective of the 5 years, within that 5 years, if the trustees of the trust fund are not satisfied with the current vendor, they can replace the current vendor within that 5 years. So they will constantly be supervising that vendor. I think that's the first part of your question. And then standing directly behind you is the chair of the trustees of the trust fund, and he could probably tackle the second part. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Chair of the trustees of the trust fund, thank you. Can you give your name, please?
Peter Lennon, 20 Cullen Way.
Thank you.
I want to say a couple of things first. The requirement not to vote again on on this authority for 5 years is actually mandated by state law. But as the chair of the select board indicates, the trustees of the trust funds will make the final decisions about any investment or any major change in investments. And we will go through a process of, at a minimum, quarterly reviews of the performance of the investment advisor and of the investments. So if we see something we don't particularly like, and indeed there is an issue that can't be satisfactorily explained, we have the option of terminating the investment advisor almost at will. We won't look to do that, but we definitely will use that as a safeguard.
Thank you. I'm going to see if there's another person who wishes to speak, because we do one question at a time and then let another person go. Ma'am, I'm going to have to ask you to let someone else speak, okay?
Thanks.
Thank you.
My question is, how many trust funds do we have that this would apply to?
Very good question. I don't know the answer. Is there someone who might be able to respond to that? Okay, behind you, sir, if you step aside, Mr. Lennon will answer that question.
Currently, there are approximately 120 trust funds. About 75 of them are in cemetery as perpetual care funds. There are 11 trust funds under the library. There are approximately, I'd say 16 or so, between 16 and 20 trust funds under the town. And then there are 4 for the school district, elementary school district, and 5 for the cooperative regional school district. The total amount of money in those trust funds, including private trust funds as well as the publicly funded trust funds, such as capital reserves, is approximately $3.787 million at this point.
Thank you. Okay, ma'am, I'm trying to get people in order, so try to make a queue if you don't mind, so I know who's next. Mary, name, address?
Mary Teagle, Union Street.
Thank you.
It might be too crazy of a question, but I do wonder who supervises the supervisors. And Mr. Lennon's comment explains part of it. And it's probably too detailed to change now, but I just wanted to point out that there are precedents in other towns and cities where the complexities of managing these funds became so wonky that the overseeing board was unable to truly supervise. So I'm just going to plant that thought and give it up for now. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Lennon?
Yes, I appreciate Mary's comments. I will say a couple of things. At the end of the day, it's the citizens of Exeter who supervise the trustees of the trust funds, as we are either elected or appointed, depending on the vacancy. So we have to answer to the voters. And so every year, you have the opportunity to change at least one of the trustees. Secondly, we're hiring an investment advisor who we believe will be able to put in English the complexities of our investments as well as the complexities of investing in general. That having been said, we also reserve the right as trustees to consult other people in Exeter who have financial investment capabilities as, if you will, unofficial advisors to the trustees of the trust funds. So we have a fairly confident feeling that we're not going to get overwhelmed by the complexities and that we'll be able every year to answer to the voters of Exeter. In fact, in the 2023 annual report, which I'm assuming will be available at the election, the voters will be able to see what we have done in the last year as far as trustees of trust funds. And there's a requirement in law that our annual report, once we have hired an investment advisor, that we stipulate in that annual report how much we're going to pay in investment advisory fees. So any member of the Exeter electorate who has an opportunity to read the annual report will see that as well and is more than able to raise questions about that either at the next town meeting or at any meeting of the trustees of trust funds. We have public meetings. We notice the trustees meetings in advance at a minimum of 24 hours required in 91A. And we would invite any member of the public to attend our meetings to raise questions or to observe how we operate, especially with the performance reviews, to give them confidence or not that A, we know what we're doing, and B, we're being responsible, our supervisors, if you will, of our investment advisor.
So thank you. Just as a sort of mechanical matter, I anticipate at least at a quarterly level, you'd be looking at all of the financial statements. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, we
clear.
get very detailed quarterly reports.
Good.
And we're probably, there's a set template that this particular investment advisor has, but that doesn't restrict us from asking for additional information and not necessarily even waiting until the quarterly performance reviews. We will receive from them a monthly report as well, and we will be able to monitor, if you will, the status of our investments and their ups and downs, hopefully ups more than downs, but definitely ups. So we'll have advance warning, if you will, before the quarterly reviews if there's an issue that we're concerned about.
Okay, thank you. Next in line.
Hi, Chris Zigmont, Crestview Drive. I'm certainly supportive of our trustees and trust funds getting professional advice and how to manage this and the management of that. But it does raise a concern, which therefore then raises a question. The concern is then what funds and selecting what goes in, those investment funds and things about having dramatic environmental impact or ethical impact around the world. The question then is, do taxpayers or voters, and I don't know, is there a mechanism that we have a say in what gets invested in through that advisor? That's my question.
So I believe it's the trustees of the trust funds that manage the funds and would set an investment policy. That's typically how it works. Am I correct, Mr. Lennon?
Yes, that's correct.
Yes. So the trustees would be in charge of supervising that. Yes, next in line.
Paul Royal, 3 Pumpkin Circle. Until a couple of years ago, I was actually a certified financial planner. There are more lawyers in Massachusetts than there are CFPs in the country. Here's something unusual. As I approach retirement age, I actually hired a CFP. Why? Because I know too much. And it was too difficult for me to be at arm's length. So I'm going to suggest, because the trustees of the trust funds have a fiduciary responsibility to the town, I'm going to take it for granted that the advisor they've selected also is a fiduciary. If you're not familiar with that, if you get a financial planner for yourselves, they better be a fiduciary. I keep my money at a transfer agent, let's call them, but I have fiduciary for a planner. Being able to take away a lot of the intricacies that the trustees of the trust fund deal with now to put them with a firm, and I don't care if they serve 30 towns, 1 town, or no town, but this gives them an opportunity to sort of, by the numbers, be able to do probably a better job than the trustees who are part-timers. This allows the trustees to make better use of their time in a supervisory role to make sure that they are upholding the fiduciary responsibilities that have been put before them. And to answer that other question, again, Mr. Lennon, ultimately, the trustees of the trust fund are responsible to the voters. I think this is going to be helpful. Kind of sounds like a no-brainer. It was for me, and I speak as an ex-CFP. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Pat Curtis, 27 Little Pine Lane. I'm one of the 3 trustees of the trust funds, the unpaid, untrained bookkeeper of the trust funds as well. I can tell you that just from my personal perspective, that hiring somebody who can professionally take care of our accounts would be very beneficial to our trust fund. Our objective is to beat inflation, and we are currently not doing that. I can also confirm that the firm that we have selected is a fiduciary. So I feel much more confident in the abilities of a professional to handle the investments than your voluntary trustees. Thank you.
Thank you. Next in line.
Moderator, if I can say one more thing, there are actually two levels of fiduciaries. By law, the trustees are fiduciaries, and we are hiring a fiduciary.
You need to speak into the mic.
Sorry. By law, there are two levels at least of fiduciary advisors or fiduciary individuals. The trustees, by law, are fiduciary, and we have that responsibility. And the investment advisor we propose to hire is a fiduciary. So we're all going to take that responsibility extremely seriously.
Thank you.
Leslie Haslam, Columbus Avenue. Just a question, I think this is for the trustees of the trust funds. Is there, what would the relationship be of this potential investment services, which sounds like it makes a lot of sense, to any already existing services that may be in relationship now with individual trusts, since there's a whole bunch of trust funds?
At this point, there are no other really investment advisors for the trust funds. They're in bank accounts, most of them in M&T Bank, in very low-earning money market accounts, which is part of the reason we want to propose this. But there's no duplication, if you will, between what our prospective investment advisor is going to be doing and any other entity or organization that we know of as far as the trust funds.
So I believe I know what Ms. Haslam is referring to. She and I are both members of the trustees of the William Robinson Trust Fund, which predates all of us. It's from the 1860s and was set up by town meeting vote and a will from a man who passed away, leaving money to the town to run a female seminary. It's also enshrined in legislation passed by the state of New Hampshire in 1867. And we predate the supervisors of the trust fund structure, so we are essentially a grandfathered entity. And I don't believe this would have any impact on the separately elected trustees of the Robinson Fund, who are elected by the voters of Exeter for 7-year terms.
I would say that's correct, unless there is a capital reserve fund or a private trust fund that is directly in the accounts under the town. And if I remember correctly as well, the Robinson Fund trustees have hired an investment advisor and use an investment advisor with at least quarterly performance reviews. And that is completely separate from whatever we as the trustees of trust funds do and whatever our investment advisor would do.
Thank you. Sure. Thank you, Ms. Moderator.
You're welcome. Any other questions on this? Seeing none, this article will appear on the ballot without change. Is there a motion to restrict reconsideration?
So moved.
So that was, thank you, Mr. Lennon. And then Ms. Belanger? Got it. Catching me off guard here. Okay. Thank you very much. Moving on to Article 21. Oh, I'm sorry. We have to vote. All in favor, raise your cards and say aye. Aye. All opposed, raise your cards and say nay. The ayes have it. We will not reconsider this article. Whew. Okay. Article 21, establish town solar array revolving fund, to see if the town will vote to establish a revolving fund pursuant to RSA 31:95-H for the purpose of constructing and maintaining a solar array on the Cross Road landfill. All revenues received for array operations from net metering credits, federal grants and aid, and REC renewable energy credit sales will be deposited into the fund, and the money in the fund shall be allowed to accumulate from year to year and shall not be considered part of the town's general fund balance. The town treasurer shall have custody of all monies in the fund and shall pay out the same only upon order of the governing body and town manager, and no further approval is required by the legislative body to expend. Such funds may be expended only for the purpose for which the fund was created. Majority vote required, recommended by the Select Board 5-0. Ms. Gilman, did you want to speak to this one?
Yes, this is. Yes, this is very explanatory, I think, in the sheets that we have. I just wanted to see if anybody has information about renewable energy credits, and if you need me to talk about them. Okay. Renewable energy credits are created when our solar array outputs power and it's going to go into the grid as opposed to the town using it directly. So it goes out into the grid and it's used by power producing companies like Unitil. They buy these credits from us for the amount of energy that we're producing and use that money or use those credits to fulfill the renewable energy portfolio, which is set up by the Public Utilities Commission and provides that each utility that's distributing energy has to provide a certain amount of renewable resources. So we are going to be generating electricity and making money on it to pay off the bond we have to build this. I think that's pretty much what it is. It's still available to get federal grants and aid to offset that, and there's some interest in making those funds available at the state level. We've had to delay putting out a bond for this and starting it up because the state changed some rules, and now we've changed them back. So that's it. If anyone has questions, it's the simplest part.
Great. Any further questions on this article? Thank you. Seeing none, the article will appear without change. Is there a motion to restrict reconsideration? Ms. Belanger, and a second from Ms. Gilman. All in favor, raise your cards and say aye. Aye. All opposed, raise your cards and say nay. The ayes have it. We will move on to Article 22, Water Sewer Advisory Committee. To see if the town will amend Article 20 of the 2011 town meeting by reducing the number of members of the Water Sewer Advisory Committee from 7 members to 5 members. Of the 5 members, 2 members shall be members of the Select Board. Members of the Select Board shall be voting members of the Water Sewer Advisory Committee. Majority vote required, recommended by the Select Board 5-0. Is there someone that would like to speak to this?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. One of the Select Board goals and objectives over the last year was to review our boards and committees and look at the makeup of them to ensure that we were able to meet quorums. Unfortunately, we've got vacancies on a lot of our boards and committees. And what we found with the Water Sewer Advisory Committee is that, among other things, they represent the Select Board in hearing abatement requests from citizens. Over the last couple of years, it's been very difficult for the Water and Sewer Advisory Committee to meet a quorum. So we looked at decreasing the number of members. To do so, we have to come back to you, the voters, because the Water and Sewer Advisory Committee, as it's currently made up, was a result of a warrant article in 2011. So to decrease or change the makeup of the Water and Sewer Committee, we have to come back to you, the voters, to vote to go ahead and make the change or the decrease in members. I would like to add that it's very important that this committee, has a quorum when they meet, because most of their work is hearing abatement requests from citizens, and we really want to make sure that if folks are showing up for a meeting to hear an abatement request, that they have at least a quorum of this committee to be able to hear that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions or comments on this article? Coming down?
Yep.
Thank you.
Andrew Elliott again, Washington Street. I just wanted to clarify on the word shall be members of the select board. I mean, if we're going to do this in a town vote, can't that just be changed to can be?
No, I have to tell you that it's got to be clear whether they're ex officio without voting powers or they are voting, because if they don't have voting powers, they may not have a quorum, which gets us back to the same problem we had. Is that correct?
Yes, I understand, but then now you're making it that if there aren't two select board members that want to be on the Water and Sewer Advisory Committee, you still won't get a quorum. So I'm not sure you're getting what you're after here.
So I can tell you that our select board members do not have a choice about these things, and we will put two of them on this committee. So I don't think that will be the problem.
Fine. Thank you.
Anything else? You're going to fire me? Okay. This article will appear without change on the ballot. Is there a motion to restrict reconsideration? Mr. Chartrand, Ms. Belanger, all in favor, hold up your cards and say aye. Aye. All opposed, hold up your cards and say nay. The ayes have it. We will not reconsider this article. Thank you. Heritage Commission, Article 23, to see if the town will vote to reduce the number of members of the Heritage Commission from 7 members to 5 members. The composition of the Heritage Commission will include 1 Select Board representative, 1 Planning Board representative, and 1 Historic District Commission representative, and 2 at-large members appointed by the Select Board. The Heritage Commission will include 3 alternate members appointed by the Select Board. Majority vote required, recommended by the Select Board, 5-0. Ms. Gilman, did you want to speak to this one?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm too used to that. Madam Moderator, this is just like the previous article. We have had trouble finding, having a full quorum at our meetings and thus being unable to perform our duties in gathering information, educating the public. It might look a little strange that it has a representative of the Historic District Commission, the Select Board, and the Planning Board, but those actually have a purpose in that those boards really need to talk to each other about the heritage of the town. So I really urge anybody interested, and especially we'd like at least 1 architect, but because we also do demolition reviews. So I guess that's my spiel, is that we're having trouble to make it easier for the members that we currently have to work. We need to reduce the number that makes a quorum. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments on this? Okay, this article will appear without change on the ballot. Is there a motion to restrict reconsideration? Ms. Belanger, is there a second? Ms. Gilman, all in favor, raise your cards and say aye. Aye. All opposed, raise your cards and say nay. The ayes have it. This Article 23 will not be reconsidered. Our next article is Article 24. I understand there is a person who is not a resident of the town of Exeter who may wish to speak on this. I'm going to read the article and then I will address that question. Oh, I will not read that article. My assistant moderator will be moderating this question because I am an attorney at the firm of DTC Lawyers, and the Rugg family is one of my clients, not on this matter, but on other matters. So I am going to recuse myself. You're in charge, Chris Scales.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Article 24, a citizen's petition for the Rugg property by petition of Tom Jelinek and others to see if the voters in the town of Exeter support the future purchase of approximately 47 acres of property owned by the Rugg family, located north of Oakland's Town Forest and east of Woodridge Lane by the town of Exeter, for the purposes of expanding the town-owned Oakland Town Forest and preserving open space, trails, public outdoor recreation, drinking water supplies, and wildlife habitat. To request that the selectmen review the project, including evaluation of potential funding options such as bonds, and to advise and authorize the selectmen to apply for, obtain, accept, and pass through any federal or state grants, loans, or private gifts, if any, which may be available for said acquisition, in collaboration with and facilitated by conservation organizations, majority vote required. Is Mr. Jelinek here today? He is not. Are there any questions regarding this citizen's petition? Just down here first.
Sally Ward, 72 Park Street. And my question is, while I support this in the abstract, I don't know how much money we're talking about. And if we ask the town to support the future purchase, shouldn't we have some information about dollars?
Okay, is there someone from the select board who can speak to this? Mr. Chartrand.
This is not a select board initiative, but there was a presentation, Sally, where we were told that their strategy was to present an advisory warrant article first, and then there'll be an additional warrant article in a future year that would have actual dollars attached to it. So that's the strategy of the folks bringing this forward.
Thank you, Dan. Next, first person up front.
Vanessa Lazar, Woodbridge Lane. I submitted with.
Excuse me, we can't hear you. Yep.
Hi. We were the official petitioners. I think Tom's name was just on the list of the top page, so I didn't mean to put him on the spot.
Oh, okay.
By being written in. We do have Lynette Batt, who is the director and project manager of the Trust for Public Land. They are helping us with the acquisition, and she is here to speak. She showed up late. I apologize, from driving from Maine, and we would like to request permission for her to speak on behalf of our group.
Okay, so I think confirming with Joe, are you a citizen of Exeter?
Yes, sir.
Okay, but is the person you want to speak a citizen of Exeter?
No.
Okay, so we need a permission from the electorate,
Deliberative body.
the representative body, to allow her to speak. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. All in favor of allowing, and I'm sorry, what was your name, ma'am?
My name is Vanessa Lazar, and Lynette Batt is who I am introducing from Trust for Public Land.
Okay, so all those in favor of allowing Lynette to speak, say aye. The ayes have it. Okay, Lynette, please tell us what's going on.
Well, thank you all very much. My name is Lynette Batt. I am a project manager with the Trust for Public Land, and TPL is a national nonprofit conservation organization dedicated to protecting land and creating parks and open space for people. So we were brought into this project about a year ago to work with both towns and local conservation partners and interested residents to help conserve this property. So I'll just very briefly speak to our role in what this project is. And I should also mention, Trust for Public Land, while we're a national nonprofit, we've worked in New Hampshire for over 2 decades with multiple, over 24 communities to conserve 265,000 acres of land. So we do a lot of this work across the state. So the whole project is 148 acres of privately owned land owned by the Rugg family, of which 47 acres is in Exeter, and that we're requesting for the town of Exeter to look into the future purchase of this property. So as was noted, this is an advisory measure, and next year in 2025 is when we would request the fiscal or the funding measure for this project. But also part of this advisory measure is to allow the town to apply for grants and loans that would support the future acquisition of this property. Just very briefly, the project will protect, the overall 148 acres of the project will protect 12 miles of the current 40-mile Fort Rock Trail network. And so that's 30% of the trail network that's currently on private land that many people think is already public, that is at risk for development. So if this project is not conserved, that the landowners have stated their intent to sell the land for development, and they do have a conceptual development plan on that property. And so another part of this is that this is absolutely needed this year. It's written into the purchase and sale agreement with the landowner that if both measures don't pass between the towns of Newfields and Exeter, they will put the property up for sale and not proceed with a conservation sale. So I'm happy to answer any other questions, but I'll let fellow residents speak in support.
Thank you, Lynette. Who is next in line?
I'm Joan Pratt, 7 Wentworth Street, and I'm representing the Southeast Land Trust, who is working together with Lynette Batt and the Trust for Public Lands. And it's just important to note that what we're asking in Exeter is for you to spend this year thinking about this and doing research and coming up with numbers. And Newfields is actually voting their bond on Tuesday night. So it's a 2-year process, and the Newfields ownership bond issue is taking place this year, 2024, and Exeter will be voting in 2025. So it's important, and if Newfields votes it down this week, it won't happen. So it's really important that Newfields starts it off and that they vote it their part, and they own much more land, so their money is much bigger than ours. But anyway, it is a joint, it's complicated because it's a joint 2 towns voting together to conserve one big open space. And I think, just speaking to open space, we've been talking a lot in Exeter about voting money for commercial and residential uses, but I think we all just learned in COVID that our outdoor lives are pretty important too, that we need to be outdoors. And I see lots more people out on trails and saying, yeah, this is important for my life. So let's think about the balance between our different parts of our lives. And so this will be happening in the next year. We'll be working with the Trust for Public Land and the town of Exeter to make this happen, hopefully.
Thank you, Joan. Next in line.
Christopher Zygmunt, Crestview Drive. Speaking to you both as the chairperson of the Sustainability Advisory Committee and as your neighbor, as was just said by our previous speaker from Southeast Land Trust. I sort of think of this as a realization of a big picture situation, right? We see an awful lot of development and improvement in our town going on, which bring a lot of new businesses and, more importantly, more residents to our town. And this opportunity to protect this open space, to provide that conservation land and recreation land for us is super important. And so what better opportunity to take this vote and preserve the opportunity to really dig in and permit the pursuit of funds for this, but also for us to all do our homework on it and realize just how much we need this. So full-throated support for this Article 24 from me, your neighbor, to make sure that we preserve this opportunity for recreation land into the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Next in line.
Toby Ferdin, Ferdyn, Stone Ridge Lane. I'll keep my comments brief because it's been a long day, but I think what Chris said is important, is that we need to realize that the Ruggs have approached the two towns first before opening this property to the open market, which we all know likely will end up in a development. So this property for decades has served as open recreation space, whether people who are on the property know it or not. And now it's our opportunity to act and to acquire this land to continue that legacy of the family. I think Lynette also alluded to this, is that it's important to show support from the town and from the town officials, because that helps our opportunities with grants funding as we move forward and help to defer some of this cost. Thank you.
Thank you, Toby. And yes, back again.
Vanessa Lazar, Woodridge Lane. What else can I say that already hasn't been said? But what's most important to me is the wetlands, vernal pools, and wildlife corridors must be protected. Yes, this is important for our mental well-being and to keep the open space, but we want this land to remain in the hooves, paws, and wings of all of those who live there. We have to think of the wildlife as well. And we need town-wide support in order to save this little piece of Exeter, which we all love so much. Please vote yes on 24. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm sorry I went out of order. I should have given you permission to speak next. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
And then your name?
My name is Cynthia Fry Macumber, and I'm a resident of Woodridge Lane in Exeter. And I'm a proponent of voting for this citizens petition in March. I've attended, in the past 2 months, I've attended either online or in person 3 meetings on this. And I would understand if people were a bit confused about, in attending those meetings, if we were just preserving mountain biking trails, because the voices that we've heard, a lot of them have been from the mountain biking community, and I value their voices, their passion and interest and learning about this property is admirable. They also do unpaid maintenance of these trails. But I speak to you today as a person who is not a mountain biker, not young, fit, or male, as many of the people who have spoken are, who uses the property and values it. While what I do might not technically be called hiking, I do occasionally wander onto the trails. They are places where people can recreate. People have spoken about the COVID connection, about this was a place to go, and we've seen usage increase dramatically since then. But this is a property for all of Exeter. You don't need expensive equipment. You don't need to be young and fit. You can go to this property when you want to, freely, and it's open to all. The benefits that I have gotten are beyond explanation. I recently read a travel brochure about an opportunity to travel to Western British Columbia and do what's called forest bathing, a term that I had no clue what that meant. Some strange ideas came into my head. Turns out those were wrong. Forest bathing, I guess, looking on trusty Wikipedia, is going out into the forest. First of all, it started, I guess, in Japan in the 80s, although it's been a centuries-long practice, of going out into the woods and finding solitude, connection with nature, and as Vanessa so eloquently spoke to, conservation of nature, and finding yourself. Some people describe it as a therapeutic practice. Well, I can't speak to that. But I do know that this is a property for all of the town. And I would ask for you in March to vote yes on this, if for nothing else, to talk about it. There are lots of moving parts in the plan, and none of them belong to any one group. I would suggest that all of us have a stake in this, and it would be good to continue in conversation. One of the things you hear bandied about frequently when there's something like this brought up is this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. And I would argue that this is a several generational opportunity, that the two towns of Exeter and Newfields have shown incredible foresight in maintaining this as they have. The Ruggs have done the same. They have, for generations of their family, maintained this land and kept it for us and kept it open for public usage. And I think, if speaking to a member of that family, I understand that that is their continued goal, to keep, that they hope the land will be open to all. So I come to you today to say, take this once in a several generational chance to preserve something valuable to this town. Thank you.
Thank you, Cynthia. Please hold the applause. We still have some more people who'd like to speak. Yep.
Paul Royal, 3 Pumpkin Circle. Those of you who know me, I have not been possessed by somebody else's body. Everything I'm saying today is brief. I'm going to speak for my son, who has used Fort Rock Park as a mountain biker. He's one of those guys, and if he was here today as a new voter, he would be standing at the mic. But I'm here to tell you the other thing that all that does is gives him a new appreciation and an ongoing appreciation for nature. Now the kid's down at West Virginia University, Honors College, doing great, but also partially selected it because there's all this wilderness down there. So I'm going to say this helps create for our youth the opportunity just to be outside, even if it's on a mountain bike, whether it's walking, or I got one kid that would sleep in a tree, I got another kid that would rather be at the Ritz-Carlton. But that kid at the Ritz-Carlton that also appreciates nature and hopefully we'll get out there and do some walking on the preserved Fort Rock Park land or the Rugg property. And here's the deal. This is a no-brainer. No do-overs. So now or never, and it's just an exploration. So hit the yes button. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Tom. Oh, come on, Tom. Not Tom. Tom next.
Eileen Flockhart, 7 Jacks Court. I look at an opportunity like this as an education. It's the school of the outdoors, and I don't care how old you are, or you've got little tiny kids walking through there, you're going to see something that you don't remember seeing before, and you say, what is that? And maybe you have your phone and you find out what kind of tree or bird or whatever it is. But it's an opportunity to be part of nature, but as you see people walking around, or the mountain bikers, you interact with whoever is there as well. And it's the school of the outdoors, and how can you not want that? And, so vote yes.
Thank you, Eileen. Tom.
Tom Bergeron, Washington Street. I just say common open space is really what makes New Hampshire in general, and Exeter in particular, special. Whether it be the Academy Trails or Swasey Parkway or Fort Rock. That common open space is special for all of us. The Rugg property, I think, is very unique. It's different than the other ones. Although it's part of the Fort Rock network, Fort Rock is much more rugged. And the Rugg trails are great for hiking. I think as people like to be the outdoors, I like to hike in the White Mountains, but as I get older, that's more challenging dealing with elevation. We have an amazing network of 12 miles of trails out there right here in town that all of us can go out and enjoy and kind of share. So it's a special property. It has usage today. I encourage those who don't use it to go out and use it right here, and just a vote in favor of purchasing the property.
Thank you. Are there others?
Can I make one more comment on that?
Sure.
The town manager mentioned earlier today that our town has grown from about 11,000 to 16,000 people recently. And if you look at that, a lot of that growth has been urban and building up. I feel we have a responsibility to have open space and preserve that for future generations as well. So as our town grows, which is a lot of great things with that, I also feel a property like this preserves it in the future, and I see it as a responsibility for us, for future generations, to help save that.
Thank you. I see one more speaker.
Chris Wallstead, Terry's Way. Just want to echo what everyone else has said and add that it's really a property for all ages. My 6 and 8-year-old son are also here. They're also they can't vote, but they're very much in support of this article as well, because they use this property frequently for mountain biking. So, thank you.
Thank you. More, yep, come on up.
Toby Ferdin again, Stone Ridge Lane. I just have a question on the process. Will this article show up on the ballot with select board voting support, or will it show up just as is? Thank you.
Can someone from the select board speak to that?
Thank you for the question. It will show up on the ballot as is with a citizen's petition. The select board is only required to vote to recommend if there's money to be raised and appropriated. However, for those of you that didn't see our budget hearing, I think that based on the discussion, the select board was looking at this positively, though we didn't take a vote. So I would urge folks, if you haven't gone and watched the January budget hearing, the select board does talk about this quite a bit. Thanks for the question.
Thank you. Any more comments? Okay. No amendments. So this will, hearing no further discussion, this will appear on the ballot without change. Is there a motion to restrict consideration? Okay. Dan and Nancy. All those in favor of restricting consideration, hold up your yellow tags and say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? It passes unanimously. Back to you, Madam Moderator.
That was a great chance to sit down. Thank you. All right. So we are down to another citizen petition, Article 25, Swasey Parkway, on petition of Donald Clement and others to see if the town will vote to make the Swasey Parkway a one-way road northbound in its entirety for motorized vehicular traffic and raise and appropriate the sum of $2,500 to construct speed bumps and maintain the road. Majority vote required, not recommended by the Select Board, 0 to 5. I understand Mr. Clement may be ill today. Is there someone else who would like to present this article? Thank you.
Hi, Jay Childs, 7 Hunter Place. I'm reading a statement from Don Clement, who could not be here today. Do you need his address, or everyone knows his address? No, I don't think so. Okay. This is Don Clement. The reason for submitting this petition article is to undo an injustice that has been caused by actions to close part of the park roadway to vehicular traffic. Elderly and people with mobility health issues depend on getting to the parkway by automobile. To forbid them to easily access the Water Street half of the parkway is more than unfair, it is unjust. If we really want to be inclusive, why are we excluding a vulnerable group of our citizens who desire and deserve all of the parkway benefits? Last I checked, bicycles and walkers could still use the park. To those who say closing part of the park road is a compromise, I disagree. You can't take away the rights and privileges of one group and give it to another group. In the spirit of inclusiveness, fairness, and empathy, I ask you to vote yes on this article. Thank you. Do you want a copy of this?
Why not? Thank you. Bring it on up. Thank you. Is there someone else who would like to speak to this? Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. Good afternoon, Fred Bird, 84 Kingston Road. I've been here since I was 27. Came here after I did 4 years in West Germany. A lot of changes have been in town. It's grown a lot. It's nice to drive out of my driveway on Kingston Road, drive 2.5 miles, see the bandstand where it still is, not see any parking meters, not see that garage I tried to put in town once, and then take another, go around the bandstand, go down Swasey through the columns, park my car. My car is finally an antique. It's a Parkway. I've been retired for 2 years. I'd rather not park on Water Street, take up a parking spot. We've lost a lot of parking spots in the last 40 years. And they're talking about getting rid of more parking spots. It's very enjoyable to sit down there and read a book. My daughter had her high school pictures taken under the big birch tree. And I would like to see that open again. It's been very sad. It's been under construction. It's been closed. It's been opened. It's been one way. It's been two way. It's been closed. And I'd like to see it back opened again. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there someone up at the top here? Yes, thank you.
Yes, my name is Hugh Evans. I live in Riverwoods. I'm going to vote no on this proposal. I would like us to continue the planning to have the Swasey completely free of vehicles as much as possible. I'm a person who describes myself as elderly and with a disabled knee, and I experience vehicle anxiety when I'm out and about in downtown Exeter. I have to cross the crosswalk waving my hand and hustle along, hoping a distracted driver doesn't run me down. When I'm in my car going down the street beside the parallel parking, I'm anxious that somebody doesn't back out into me when I'm passing by. The Swasey Parkway would be a very small area where I could walk around freely without that vehicle anxiety. If I bring my friend who moves in a wheelchair to the drop-off point, I can move the wheelchair on the paved road where there's enough space to do that and not try to squeeze it in to a narrow sidewalk, which would be quite difficult for people who move with some disability. So I would like to see this continue and have one of the rare places where you could move around without congestion.
Thank you. I'll go down to the mic here.
Jerry Hamill, 28 Newfields Road.
I've been working on Newfields Road for the last year, and I go down by the Parkway quite a bit. I also, the year before last, I would take a lot of rides down by that area, and just to see how many people are really using that, the Parkway. And there are a few. Ironically, most of them still use the sidewalk. You will see some in the roadway, which is, they have the right to do that. But I don't see the amount of people using the roadway that would make anyone want to close down the whole Parkway for people with mobility issues and the elderly and people that can't walk. Ironically, we just had a citizens petition before this one here, where we had a lot of people stand up and they talked about places for people to go and walk and nature, and it's such a great thing to have. But here we have one right down in downtown Exeter, and we're closing it off to a lot of different people, and that's not right. And then the other thing I do want to mention is Exeter is run by two different boards, a board of selectmen that we elect to run the town, and also there's a board of trustees that we elect to run Swasey Parkway. The petition that was given to the town, a good percentage of those people that are on that petition are trustees, either former or past, from Swasey Parkway. They realize that the Parkway should be open to everybody, not just a select group of people. And so I would urge everyone to vote yes on this here, along with the trustees that you have that have taken care of this Parkway for years. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there someone up at the mic up here?
Michelle Burke, 108 Kingston Road. I have a question about the validity of this petition, because wasn't there something on the ballot last time and it passed, but then they said it wasn't valid? It has already been voted on twice. I just want to know, if it passes, is it valid?
So this is a good question. We've had, I think, 3 different warrant articles this year, last year, and the previous one on this issue. So it is somewhat complex. So I'm going to turn this over to our attorney, Attorney Driscoll.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. The validity of this article, it really wouldn't be valid in the end, for a variety of reasons. Now, it has to do with the history of what this town has done. You discontinued 2 years ago a portion of the roadway. So that road no longer exists. I know there's physically pavement there, but from a legal standpoint, that road is discontinued and gone. Town meeting can't lay out a road, which is what would need to happen here to make it one way through the whole way. That is a process statutorily by petition that would go to the select board, et cetera. That's not what's happening here. So in essence, this article isn't going to fulfill the purpose that it is setting out to. Additionally, statutorily, the select board is the one who's in charge of regulating road usage, so traffic patterns, et cetera. So this one-way thing is more within the select board's purview. And as to the installation and maintenance of the road, statutorily, that all falls to the select board as well. So as to validity, again, if this article were to pass, it would in essence be meaningless.
Thank you. I'm not sure who was next. How about we start down here?
Again, Jay Childs, 7 Hunter Place. Well, that's a bummer. But in the spirit of this, I would say I would encourage people to vote for the petition as a cautionary tale that once you make the changes that are proposed to the Parkway, and I guess some of those are already underway, you're adding actually pavement to this turnaround area. I just don't think this is thought through very well. You've got people whose only way in is going to be taking that hard turn coming around from the upper road, whereas if you are going to if you're going to leave part of it open, it makes much more sense to do it from the Water Street side. But once this happens, you can't go back. Right now, you can close the Parkway down for all of the various activities that go on at the Parkway. The Beer and Chili Fest that's gone on, the 4th of July, or the Revolutionary War Days Festival. Once we do this, there's no going back. And I think the spirit of the petition last year was, as Select Board Member Chartrand mentioned, was to find a compromise. And I think this is better than what was proposed last year, because it is a true compromise between keeping it open two ways and completely shutting it down. Essentially shutting it down, except for basically a small road and a turnaround area, doesn't really sound like a compromise. What sounds like a compromise is to make it one way, which I think would significantly impede the roadway traffic from people coming into town from 101 on that road, and then the only way to go through it would be from the Water Street side out. So my question, though, for the board, and I haven't really understood it, is pretty much everything on this sheet has been Select Board approved 5-0 except for this one. Is it simply because the structure is such that it's almost impossible to undo this? Or what is the reason for a unanimous decision against the efforts of citizens who that petition, I believe, last year, though it was non-binding, passed? So the will of the voters has seemed to be to find a way to at least have it partially open, maybe one way, and yet there's a unanimous decision to not.
So
by
Mr.
the Select Board. So I'd just like an explanation as to where is this unanimous opposition grounded?
So before we go there, I just wanted to clarify something that had come up from an earlier speaker, which is that we have this rather unusual structure for the management of that particular property. So the land is under the jurisdiction of the Swasey Parkway trustees. And we heard earlier about transferring some funds from the use of the property over to their control. The road is controlled by the Board of Selectmen. Just to be clear on that.
Yes, right.
And I think the attorney gave us some context in terms of the existing sort of structure of how things can get done in this context. It's a rather unusual situation where you've got trustees and a select board sharing the management of this property. So, and I don't know if the select board would like to respond to the specific question.
Is there a better way, is there a better structure then to get this done?
So I think I can't give you any legal advice, but.
No, I'm saying is that the next thing, is to find a way to.
So just think back on what you heard.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I can say.
But I would like somebody to speak for what the board's unanimous decision was to not be for, they're not bound to do it, it was non-binding, but why a majority of citizens said that they wanted something that kept it somewhat open, and there was a unanimous decision not to.
Okay, so I will put that to the select board to see if anyone wishes to discuss that.
I don't know if this is working. Hi, Jay. So I'm gonna speak for me. You know, there were 5 members of the board that cast a vote. Much like with the other citizens petition, we had a pretty robust and thorough discussion during the budget hearing. So I would, if you haven't watched it, you know, you can go back and watch it and you can hear what other board members said. For me, and I'll tell you why I voted no, came down to a couple of things. The first of which is that, as we alluded to earlier, the road is discontinued from point A to point B as per the warrant article for 2 years ago. So legally, there's no road there. As Attorney Driscoll said, there may be pavement, but that's a discontinued road. So that was number one. Number two, the initial warrant article, and it was a warrant article, it wasn't a citizen's petition, passed. And it passed overwhelmingly. And this select board since that vote, have worked collaboratively with the Swasey Park trustees. In fact, every time that we have put this on the agenda, we have invited the trustees to meet with us jointly. And we have expressed unanimous commitment to work with the trustees to come up with a plan. I know there's been a draft or two that has been thrown around, but we're not there yet to design anything. We're still speaking with the trustees. And part of the reason why it's been delayed is over the last 13 months, I'm not sure if anyone heard, but there's been a siphon issue. So that's why the roadway has been closed completely. But all kidding aside, this select board has publicly committed to not only work with the trustees collaboratively, but to seek out citizen input, whether it be an ad hoc committee or having public hearings. I mean, this is going to be something where not everybody's going to be happy. We do want to come up with a compromise. Third, and most importantly, the reason I voted no, and the only reason the select board took a vote, is because there was a portion of this that raised and appropriated money. And for me, there was no supporting documentation as to how the sum of $2,500 came up. And in good faith, I cannot recommend to the voters to vote for raising and appropriate money when I don't know what it's for or how they came up to that sum. So I'm speaking for me, that's why I voted no.
Thank you very much. I believe I have, how long have you been waiting, sir?
That's fine, go ahead.
Okay, so Ms. Ward?
Thank you. Again, Sally Ward, 72 Park Street. And I'm opposed to this petition, and I have three major reasons which I'd like to share. One, it's already been this is sort of moot, but it's already been articulated that we've already voted on this overwhelmingly to do what was passed in the warrant article 2 years ago. So it's done, and we're going backwards. I don't quite understand that. Are we going to come back here next year if this passes and try to do it again? I just think that we've already decided, and the best course of action is to figure out what's the best way to proceed with what the voters already overwhelmingly voted for. And the second reason why I'm against this is that the status quo, that is what was approved 2 years ago in the warrant article, is, and I respectfully disagree with some of the previous comments, it is a compromise. And like any good compromise, the two sides each win something and give something up. In this case, drivers of cars are allowed at the north end up to the gazebo, which is a win for them. It's access for everyone up to that point. Cars are allowed at that end of the Parkway, and I think that fact has somehow gets lost in some of the discussion about Swasey Parkway being closed. It's not being closed. It's being reconfigured. So that is a win for those who wanted to keep the Parkway open to vehicular traffic. And on the other hand, no motorized vehicles are allowed at the other end up to the gazebo, that is from Water Street to the gazebo, and that's a win for those who initially wanted to close the Parkway to through traffic completely. And so that was a win. They lost the ability to close it to traffic for the whole distance, but the other side won the ability to have cars, and that gives access to everyone. I don't think that that's unfair because people still have an ability to drive their cars into that lovely end of the Parkway. There are plenty of benches, there are plenty of green space, wonderful views of the river. Both ends of the Parkway are absolutely lovely, and this petition would take some of that away. So I do think there has been a compromise, and the best course of action is to figure out how to make that compromise work in terms of the patterns of traffic and where people will turn and where they will park. And my third reason is that this is my opinion, but it's based on my use of the Parkway practically every day. I walk the Parkway, the end of my walk, and it's always been a great source of satisfaction to me. But my observation is that as long as the road is a throughway, people in the past have used it as a cut-through. They haven't used it for pleasure, they've used it as a cut-through. And if we allow traffic to go through from one end to the other, they will continue to use this as a cut-through. Not everyone, but people use it as a cut-through, which is a dangerous situation. They don't use it for pleasure. They don't use it to enjoy the Parkway. They use it because they're going to save 10 seconds on their commute to wherever they're going. So that, in my opinion, is a fact. That's a reality that will occur if we allow traffic to go completely through, even if it's one way. So that's my three reasons.
Thank you very much. I think we have someone up here in the center.
Hi, Fred Bird again, 84 Kingston Road. So looking for clarification if the Board of Selectmen can call it a street again. Is that true? You have the ability to call it a street again?
So I think it's probably fair to say there's a process.
Okay, but I mean, if I brought a warrant article next year and I said, please, Board of Selectmen, turn Swasey Parkway back into a street, it's just
I'm going
semantics?
to turn this back to the attorney to respond to this question, because it's out of my league.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. So when I was referring to the Select Board, there's set ways that roads and highways can exist in New Hampshire and be created. The one way to do that this would fall under would be a layout petition. That's a statutory process where people would petition the Select Board to make that decision. You have to demonstrate an occasion for why that would be necessary. So this all goes to that discontinued portion south of the pavilion there. The remainder of the road is open. So again, as for this article, it wouldn't be the one-way travel the full length. This article can't reestablish that. That's nothing this article is doing. But if there was an effort to reopen the other part of the road, that's a layout process, again, statutorily prescribed. It's not a town meeting legislative body issue.
Did the warrant from 2 years ago that passed null and voided as a street?
That discontinued the road, so that road no longer exists.
So they went through that process?
The layout process and the discontinuance process are different.
So it's easier to take away the street and harder to bring the street back?
Town meeting can discontinue. They can't lay out.
But there is a process to bring it back, because it seems like if the Board of Selectmen discontinued calling it a street through a warrant article, just a portion, they put it into the issue, basically. It's going to be very difficult to turn it into a street again. So if we vote on this, it's null and void. The vote means nothing because, frankly, it's not a street. So we have to go through some hurdles legislatively to get this turned back into a street.
Well, so there's a legislative subscribed process of layout.
Do I go through DOT?
No. This is a petition road layout that would go through the Select Board as the governing body.
Okay, so I'll come to the Selectmen and I'll talk to Mr. Nick and find out how I do this. Thank you very much. Oh, if I amended this to take out the $2,500.
I'm going to try to wrestle control back here. This really shouldn't be a dialogue.
I'm learning. I've been a resident for 40 years.
So if you want to make an amendment, I'm going to ask you to step to the end of the line because we have other people who want to talk about this. Thank you. Thanks, Jim.
Langdon Plummer, 41 Newfields Road. You know, Swasey was fine before COVID came. And then people discovered it because the selectmen said, I'm not sure who made the decision, they closed it to traffic so people have more space to get out, walk, spaces apart, 6 feet, we had all set up with signs, and all of a sudden, it's got to be changed. I am one who believes very much that we should respect the desires and vision of the donor. I don't think we should mess with it. But I would have a suggestion. Why not make the walkway wider? You see, when Lincoln Street was redone, we went to 5-foot sidewalks. And one of the problems on Swasey right now, two people can walk abreast, but if you come up with a couple going the other direction, somebody's got to step aside or go a single file, whatever. Hey, to me, that's the solution. Make a wider path for people to walk both ways, right along the river. Let the road do what it is, whether it's a road, path, legal, illegal, just leave it alone. It's beautiful the way it is. It's a part of Exeter. It's our history. And I know we're spending a lot of time on it, and that's important, and I'm pleased with that. But really, we got to give it some more thought, more discussion. Think about really what is the objective here. I think the objective is to open up the walking more. Of course, there's all kinds of grass there, great activities, and I hate to see any of that go for a turnaround. The money needs to be used on Water Street. That road is terrible. I hope it's scheduled to be paved next year. At any rate, please be gentle and considerate in your deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
My name is Martha Pennell, and I live at 5 Timber Lane at Riverwoods, and I'm a native of Exeter. I'm sorry I don't know the answer myself, but I don't understand how the road became became part of the town highway system, so to speak. I thought the land was given by Ambrose Swasey. How legally does the town own the road? So how does the selectman have the right to close it or open it? Would somebody explain legally how this has worked over the history of the gift of Ambrose Swasey? It's a beautiful gift, and I agree with the previous speaker. It is a lovely parcel, and my friends come down there and they want to drive and park. It's long enough so you can drive in straight away. You can sit there and walk over to the sidewalk or walk over to the bench. I just hate to see it configured the way this is headed. Thank you.
So I'm going to just interject a little bit of context here. People have talked about this is the third time there's been an article on the warrant to vote on this thing, this year, the previous year, and the one before that. So the first vote resulted in a process that was required by law in order to change the use of the Parkway. So the voters voted in favor of that. The town then worked with the Director of Charitable Trust in the Attorney General's office and had to go to the probate court in order to get approval for the changes. So those changes were all created through that process. It started with the legislative vote at the town meeting authorizing the select board to do that. So there have been a lot of other, what's the right word, sort of parties involved, including the court and the Attorney General's office. So I don't know if that helps, but it has been quite a process. So yes, next person.
Well, I was going to say, if we amended it and took out the $2,500, it's still going to be mute if it passes because the road's not a road anymore. Because he said he wouldn't vote for it because of the speed bumps, and I get that. But I think the speed bumps there already, aren't there?
So I believe that the attorney said it would not have any valid effect. That's correct.
Okay, well, I'd like you to reconsider. It's been a staple in the town since I've been here, and it's probably been here for 100 or 200 or 300 years when they had horses pulling wagons up river. Thank you.
It was created as a pleasure way for automobiles. So that was the original plan for Ambrose Swasey. He thought cars were great. Okay, is there anyone else that wishes to speak to this article? Seeing none, it will go on the warrant as printed without change. Is there a motion to restrict reconsideration? Ms. Belanger, and a second? Mr. Chartrand. Okay, all in favor, raise your cards and say aye. All opposed, raise your cards and say nay. Okay, the ayes have it. We will not reconsider this, and we are just about at the end. We did not discuss the zoning articles. I said I would put them to the end in case anyone wanted to talk about them. We can't amend them in any way. If anyone wants to talk about the zoning articles, which were Articles 2 and 3, say now, otherwise I'm going to skip them. Article 26 is to, I see no one wanting to talk about the zoning articles, so we're going to move on. Article 26 is to transact any other business that may legally come before this meeting. Does anyone have any other legal business that could legally come before this meeting? I see none, which is good. So before...
Madam Moderator.
Yes, ma'am.
Motion to adjourn.
So before I take that, I do want to thank a few people before we all disperse.
Pardon me.
That's okay. I want to thank, first of all, Rusty Lister, the Director of Facilities for SAU 16, for helping us set up this wonderful place. Also, Principal Monahan for letting us use the beautiful school. Thank you to the Exeter TV crew and all of the tech folks who've helped out. Thank you to the custodians who set this up so beautifully. Thank you to our supervisors of the checklist who checked people in. In particular, Bob Glowacki of Exeter TV has been working on all of the tech matters. Thank you to the Select Board who put in a huge amount of time every week, to our town manager and assistant town manager, our budget advisory people, all the department heads, committee heads, trustees, everyone else who makes Exeter a great place to live. And I do hope everyone comes to vote March 12 at the Talbot Gym, 30 Linden Street. And now I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Mr. Chartrand, a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Return your cards to the nice checklist supervisors, please. Thank you. We are adjourned at 1:30 p.m.